Welcome to session number 12, I think, of our run through Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door. As you can see, Mario and Duplis here are already having a little bit of a snooze as they were waiting for me to get started after fixing a small little boot out issue with our microphone. But we should be in order here. We are currently sitting at about level 31. We have not begun Chapter 8 just yet. We have not gone through the Thousand Year Door. But we are still on 10 HP for the time being. And we just spent the previous stream clearing both the Pit of 100 Trials as well as the newly added fight with Prince Mush. Took us a bit of time, but we got it all done. It does mean that we have to do a little bit of badge reconfiguration because I did leave off here after having sort of rebuilt a lot of this specifically for the Mush fight in mind, and so we're going to take a couple of things off here and there to restore whatever it was we were going for before, if I can. And then, well, let's take a look here. We've got so many badges now at this point that we'll move things around a little bit. The other thing that we're going to do is today we're not going to proceed to Chapter 8 immediately. Instead, I am going to do a bit of a cleanup. I was wondering if I should bother doing this on stream because it might not really be that interesting to watch as we just go around the map. We already have all shine sprites. We needed to use the hint exactly once for one that I had missed in Rogueport Underground. But all shine sprites are accounted for. All star pieces, however, there's quite a long ways to go. And as you can see, so far we have only completed the collection of the star pieces in Chapter 6. So we've got quite a lot of work to do there, and so we'll take a little bit of a collection stream today, which will not see too much action, I don't think. And we'll hopefully keep it interesting along the way and not get too stuck searching every single floor, every nook and cranny. But first of all, that does mean that we should redo a few things here just to expedite the process. And let's see how we're going to do it. Return postage and lucky day. We have... yeah, we might free up some points just to open up some of that. Because previously we rebuilt things for Prince Mush by allocating points towards things like Simplifier and Super Appeal P to balance out the star income. I think I did take off a couple of things we were otherwise using in order to account for that. We did take Hammerman previously for the damage, but I may actually take it off for a moment. And we'll see what else we want to do with this. Power Rush was something that was kind of a temporary fixture as well, in case we got knocked down. And let's see if there are any other points that we can free up here. Yeah, we don't necessarily need both super appeals. If I can free up one additional point, then we can plug in one of those at the end. Oh, actually, no, we should plug in. I think we have the bump badge now. Yeah, we're going to be running around the map quite a bit just to collect things, and I think it makes sense to put on that auto kill wherever it was. Bump attack, here it is. Enables you to defeat weak foes by bumping into them on the field. And yeah, since first strike no longer has any point cost to it, there's no problem with just stacking them both together. Yeah, bump attack, we'll take it off if we need to finish anything in the tattle log that presents itself along the way. But I think for the most part we should be fine. I might actually do multi-bounds in spite of the fact that we don't have... Oh, no, we want Power Smash. That's right. I took Power Smash off for Prince Mush because Piercing was going to do just fine. Yeah, that's what we needed. Did we actually still have Hammerman here, or did I just take that off? I think I just took that off. Yeah, we took that off. Okay, that's fine. But we've got damage dodge everywhere. We don't necessarily need damage dodge P, I think, but we'll keep it on for the time being. And I think this will be fine. It's still a very hammer-oriented build, but we've got tons of expensive stuff. Okay, then we're bumping into things, you know, most of these won't really be relevant anyway. Anyway, other thing is, let's take a look at how we're doing for the catalog. I did show this in the previous stream in terms of what we were missing, and we tried to reason our way to what we actually could be lacking so far. And it occurred to me that there actually is a sort button here as well, and that if you sort, you could potentially reason your way to what you might be missing. And without looking up external information, we might be able to find out what any of this is. So for example, if we sort by place, we know that number 10 is something that we're missing very, very early, because all of these we found in Rogueport. Everything here, some of them underground. In fact, Half the Shrunk Fortress, various locations. Yeah, I guess it might be something that's in various locations. I kind of thought that it might be some kind of Goomba, but we don't exactly know yet. Like a Goomba variant that could potentially be rare. I was told that number 10 was potentially difficult to figure out without being given further details about it. So, for example, we know what 31 is going to be because we know that we missed the spiny that spawns from Dark Lacquer 2. And in fact, if we resort by number and we go to number 31, for instance, we know that it's next to the spiny. So we know exactly which one that is. That's just a blue spiny that we can catch. So that's going to be off Pit of 100 Trials. Most of these are exclusive to the pit, all of them in fact. Which makes this interesting because it means we're missing a 133 that is after Bonetail, which, given that Prince Mush is 134 out of 134, this might actually be something like a secret boss or something. It was hinted to me that we might want to do a second pint run after the fact. So we'll find out what that is with time, but anyway, we filled in most everything here, except as you can see, we're missing a number 75 that is around the Twilight Trail, or possibly the Creepy Steeple. Let's take a look at its name, or its category, rather. Yeah, so there's a boo around the Twilight Trail, or around Creepy Steeple that we're missing, so possibly we just missed a particular boo type that appears in the Creepy Steeple because we blasted through that area so quickly. So I think what we will do is we'll take off a bump attack when we get to Creepy Steeple, and we will try to search for that properly. Now, we'll go through place. Again, as you can see, everything else is in the end game, because I'm pretty sure all of this at the end is just going to be past the 1,000-year door in the Palace of Shadows, and so we don't need to worry about any of these ones, and in fact we probably won't worry too much about the catalog until post-game. 06i, welcome. 06i, I'm just kind of demonstrating that we can actually kind of discern what a lot of this stuff is. So the ones that concern us right now are number 10, which will be either in various locations or just Rogueport generally. Various locations, I guess, because that's what Xnaught says. And then we know this is going to be the Blue Spiny off of Dark Lacquer 2. We know this is likely to be whatever second boss or secret boss there is in a Pit of 100 Trials. That makes the most sense, I think, given its placement as the penultimate entry in the catalog. And we know that we're missing a boo that is here. So we can take a look at his name, actually, and try to look for number 75 to see what kind of boo it is. Oh, 75. So it's going to be something that starts with B or starts with A. Like something boo, probably. A boo, or Bada boo, or something like that. Have I put the 8th Crystal Star in? I have... so I have not started Chapter 8 yet. I've not gone through the 1,000-year door, but I have opened the door. So that's where I currently am. And I'd done that even before the previous stream, because the previous stream was spent entirely on Pit of 100 Trials and Prince Mush. That's all we did last time. And so I'm going to be starting with the collection on the map this time, as I was saying. So, in terms of the catalog, we're going to be looking for a boo, probably, that starts with either the letter A or B. And then we need number 10, which is... Yeah, so you can see number 10 here is going to be something that starts with G and comes after Goomba. Do we get to fight Goombella at any points? I mean, we wouldn't get rid of Tattle at her, really. I was thinking, oh, in the Dupless fight, do we actually get a chance to Tattle her? No, of course not. Or it could be, I don't know, Goomther or something. Or it could be green something else. It could be green... Not green Mario, but, you know, green something. So those are the only ones that are sort of out of sequence that we need to fill in, potentially, as something that we may have missed. Otherwise, I'm going to bump attack everything. So we'll take it off a Creepy Steeple, and we'll take it off potentially around Rogueport until we figure out what is going on with number 10. But yeah, you can actually narrow things down pretty well that way, and so that tells me, yeah, 133 is going to be in the pit, and that's going to be interesting, I think. 133, sort of wonder if we can discern its name or something. 133... After Vivian and before White Magikoopa. Interesting. I have my suspicions. But we'll think about that. Anyway, let's go back to this, and yeah, we just reconfigured the badges. And oh yes, according to the map, what are we missing in Blitz Pit? We've got 60%. I hope we don't have too much trouble getting back into the rooms that are relevant. We'll take out Miss Mouse, obviously. Did I open the door last stream or before? I'm trying to remember if I opened it at the very beginning of the last stream or the very end of the previous one. I think I opened it at the very beginning of the last one, but I don't recall because, like I said, no, I opened it in the previous one. I know, because I started right at the Pit of 100 Trials last stream. I started right there. Yeah. So there's some reason that you want to see me open the door, but you can find that, I suppose. So yeah, we're missing a lot in Glitzville, probably because we never really looked properly. So we will do a sweep through Chapter 3 to unlock the gallery, which means we're going to get Mouse. Which means we'll have to run around slowly, but let's check every room. Nothing here. And we'll check everything along the way. So yeah, hopefully we don't need to go to the previous locker rooms too much, although maybe I'm able to. Something right near us, okay. Oh, look at that, that's gonna be it. And let me see how many, because we were at 60% prior to that. Now we're at 80%, so we're actually only missing one more star piece. There were 5 total in the Glitz Pit. So we'll just look around, and that will be relatively quick. I don't know that we'll really progress into Chapter 8 today. It depends on how long the collection is going to take us, so... We'll head over to Jolene's office, of course. We'll just do that quickly. Just in case I missed something there. I don't think I did, but, you know, I could always be mistaken. And we'll check every potential location. It's a lot of those ground pound locations on the floor that I wouldn't really have thought of checking necessarily, so... Okay, let's flip this. Whoops. Also, we've been on the Princess Peach sound effects for a while. Let's switch that to something else. Mouse, Bowser, Frog... You know what, let's take them all on. I think it just randomizes between them. We'll just do that. Okay, Ms. Mouse, is there anything over here? Let's give this a sniff. Nope. So we'll just check every location we can. Yeah, so we checked the storage already. I wonder if we can check the other locker rooms, because it occurs to me that not having access is a bit of a problem if there was in fact a star piece there. But let's check the lobby first in case that's it. We didn't really comprehensively blow the posters down or anything, so yeah, this will be the room. So, maybe something around here. Something nearby. Let's check upstairs. Just in case there's anything really close. Entirely possible that if it's something nearby, it could be in the next room as well. Because the proximity actually does set this off sometimes. Quite the match going on right now, as you can see. Anyway, we'll wait until she sniffs something out. Hopefully it's not going to take us too long to figure out. Yeah, because she is going to have a little twitch of her nose as we get a little bit warmer. I actually kind of wonder if it's in a chandelier. Like, maybe not. Something nearby. Let's check the lower level just in case. Like I said, sometimes there's some proximity between rooms, but maybe not in this case. Yeah, we'll just take her along the wall here a little bit. Check over here, perhaps. Maybe behind something here nearby. Nope, still no. Anywhere, really. Standing behind one of these. No, she would sniff it out. Maybe behind a screen. Oh, check. How can we check? Oh, I see. There's actually a rank display over here. Interesting. Didn't realize that. Didn't realize you could read this. Well, nothing is setting off her nose right now. I actually still think that it's probably something to do with the chandeliers, but... Oh, what about here? Something nearby. We should actually blow everything down with Flurry just in case. I don't know if that would be... or maybe there was something jumpable off to the side? I'm not sure. Maybe, but the thing is, usually Mouse would just give us that twitch of her nose if we are anywhere close, and we had taken down the posters previously anyway in the course of the quest. Either that or maybe it's close by in the next room and we are taking Mouse's recommendation a little too seriously here. So, for example, I wonder... Yeah, if you go right outside, though, that gets you into Glitzville proper. Like, it wouldn't count as a Glitz pit. So, it can't be it. Maybe we need to talk to one of these. Welcome to the Glitz pit. Congratulations, champ. I got a girlfriend. Congratulations to you, too. Yeah, I guess so. Great mustache never loses. I want to be like you. That away, Great Gonzalez. Still nothing. Maybe we should check the next room just in case. Again, proximity is something relevant here. No, it looks like it has to be in this hall somehow. This is what I was concerned about, that we would wind up with this kind of situation where we have to basically pixel hunt our way through the game. Something on the rug. Something dead center. I don't know. Might eventually have to consult the hint room for some of this. is not clear to me at all what we haven't been able to check here. She's not sniffing anything out. This could get tiresome pretty quickly. Anyway, we'll stop for an interview, a valiant comeback, and once more you reign as champ. If regaining the belt is like a soup, what delicious ingredient are you? Clearly to Whack-A-Bump. Flash, flash, okay, got it. Ah, what's this? There in the background. Looks like a guy in a green hat with a mustache. Is that a ghost? Whoa, I ain't paid enough for stuff like this. Brr. Hey, wait a minute. Guy in a green hat with a mustache. Yeah. Oh, I see. It's a Luigi's Mansion joke. Essentially. Oh, that was lucky. I didn't even detect Mouse giving us a sniff there, so I think maybe we just didn't notice. Here's something important we should do, actually. Let's take off the mousy effect, because that might be interfering with my ability to detect when Miss Mouse is giving us a sniff, if we are also making the same sound with our hammer or something. So we should not do that, perhaps. Okay, so we have a couple more pieces here. We're at 20% here. I think it's probably 4 more out in the open in Glitzville. Let's detect. Something nearby. Could be anywhere, really. We haven't really... Oh, you know what? We never went through the side here. I wonder if there is anything. Nope. Again, with 4 pieces scattered somewhere around here. Could be anything. Oh, there's a piece. And yeah, should get you up to 40. Let me just check to make sure. Isn't there a shortcut for the map? No, there isn't. There's a shortcut for journal, though. Okay, there we go. That's much better. Anyway, 40%. Yeah, so we've got 3 more here in the zone somehow, and we'll just have to check everything. Check every location until it becomes clear to us. Also, let's do a little bit of item storage, perhaps. Because we don't need all of this stuff that we took into Prismush with us. Including all the cakes that didn't actually turn out to be consequential, but, you know, eventually maybe we need the FP restoration or something. And... yeah, it doesn't hurt to have a couple of shooting stars, I suppose. And we'll keep the life mushrooms. I mean, you know, they're not going to be relevant to us until Chapter 8, and possibly not even until the final boss. Given that we beat Bonetail without using a single life mushroom, I'm not concerned at all about Shadow Queen, to be honest. There are a couple of attacks that are very high damage to that point, but I don't think it's going to get deadlier than Prince Mush for the time being. However, let's see. The thing is, we're still sort of within the zone of something nearby, also applying to the outside of this area, so very difficult to say. Yeah, and the spicy hot dog didn't turn out to be consequential at all. It was just not that useful. Well, we'll just wait until she sniffs something out. Oh! She didn't even sniff that. Anyway, 1 more piece then. I just have to comb everything here. Like I said, this might not be the most interesting session to watch, but maybe we'll learn a few things along the way, and maybe we'll even fill in some of those remaining slots on the catalog that we have not been able to account for thus far. Did we actually ever check behind here? This was an obvious location, right? There should be something nearby, but again, it could be anywhere in this zone. We'll check behind every box. I don't think I ever did this originally, the true full 100% on the star pieces. Oh, there's one. Yeah, we just need to roll under it. I see it now. Come on, roll, roll, roll. There we go. Roll, roll, roll. There we go. Okay, I think that's chapter 3 complete, actually. If you look at the art gallery... no, it's not. So what are we missing? Was there another location relevant to Chapter 3? Let's take a look here. Glitzville, 80%. How are we still at... Oh, because we just caught 2 more for some reason. Oh, yeah, okay. We started at 20... 40, 60, 80. Right, that's right. One more. One more. I just miscounted. Well... Probably... going up to the top left where we found a Yoshi egg, but we'll check that in a moment. Can't imagine that there's anything else that we haven't looked at just yet. That one that we had to roll into, though, that was a little sneaky. So we checked the standee, we checked most things here, actually. So let's glide over to the other side and see if maybe there's something beyond there. We've checked this, I think. And yeah, this was the invisible block that had the shine on it. Let's head upstairs then, probably. I think we do have to sail to the other side and see if we get any closer. Not that close. I mean, yeah, this is where the egg was, but doesn't help us at all, actually. Oh, was that a piece? No, that's not a piece. What up behind the ice cream? Nope. You see, they just had to put this art gallery here that actually gives me an incentive to do this. Because I think typically I wouldn't. Even for the true 100%. Like I said, I don't think I ever found it that important to get all the star pieces in Thousand Year Door originally. I don't think the placements are necessarily built for that very well, but that maybe you're not really meant to get 100% with how things were originally designed, but now that there's the art gallery, I guess we are. And so it's a lot of hunting to do. Can we sneak under anything here? Thing is, Mouse is not giving me the signal for being close to the solution for anything. She's not been that reliable so far when it comes to giving us the twitch of the nose. Behind the pipe? No, of course not, because we would have seen what it looks like previously without. Maybe something through here? Nope. Maybe something dead center, actually. Oh, where we landed? Somewhere on the pad. Or over here. Oh! I'm amazed that guess actually worked out. Now, shortcut here. As you can see, Art Gallery is now complete for Chapter 3. Great! So let's do another one. I guess we should figure out the order, whether we want to go chapter by chapter or just place by place going down the map. I think it actually kind of makes sense to go chapter by chapter, to be honest. At the beginning, yeah, because we're going to be going through the fast travel pipe anyway for Petalburg, Strong Fortress, and Hooktail Castle. We actually need to hit every location over there, so let's do that. So we just need to do chapters 1, 2, 4, 5, 7 here. Some of them will be closer than others. Seems like we missed a lot in 1, but that's because when we did chapter 1 originally, of course, we didn't have too many traversal powers anyway. Never did figure out what the dried flowers, dried blossoms were for here in chapter 1, incidentally. So there's going to be something here in Petalburg. Yeah, we previously did check behind here already for a badge. But we'll check here exhaustively just in case there is something more. No. And of course, something nearby I think also includes potentially the houses themselves. Oh, Did you just give me a squeak here? Yeah. Right near us. It could include something... Oh, interesting. We got a leaf. Turtley leaf. Here in the camellia bushes, I suppose. It should probably be something in here then. I think that'll be in proximity, and in fact, this is the natural place to check. Come on, give me a roll here. Oh, guess not. No, she's suggesting nearby, so not that close. Let's get out. She's give me a little squeak over here. There's something. She was giving me a squeak here. Or was she? Oh, no, no, that was for a turtley leaf. Okay, I see. She said something nearby not because of a star piece, but because of a turtley leaf. So, never mind. There's nothing. And anything in the vicinity? No, look at this. Is this Wacka? I don't know. No, that's just a hill, maybe. Yeah, the turtley leaf set her off. That's something I belatedly noticed here. Anything? Yeah, the problem is that sometimes there's the stomp on the floor, and it's one of the more difficult ones to deal with here. Oh, there's something. Maybe we should have taken the butterflies as a clue here. Okay, nothing here. That's fine. Let's take a look at the count for Petalburg so far. 50%, so on the other side of Petalburg, and is that to the left or the right? I think it's to the left. Let's find whatever is next. Was it to the left or right? Left, okay. So yeah, there's going to be something in this zone here, and we'll just have to look for it. Well, that's just water under the bridge. Nothing behind here, I don't think, but we'll check everything. Behind? No. It's going to be quite the sweep here, but we'll check a bit of everything until she gives us a squeak. Maybe behind a plant? Surely? No. Not too much going on behind a shop here. Anyway, let's proceed and see if there's anything we missed over in this room. Like behind a table or something. Around a peach collection. Keep your hands to yourself in here. Basically everything in this room is a one-of-a-kind collectible. Very rare photographs. I'm amazed that we don't have these ones ourselves. He should really talk to Tech. The computer at the base. I think they would get along very well. Also, another sort of butterfly element here, I suppose. You've been playing Paper Mario, the 1000-Year Door a lot lately. Yeah, so have I, actually. I wasn't sure at first, but that game is awesome. I just beat it every chapter. Totally cool ending. I loved it. So worth the money. Think there will be a sequel? Well, got some good news and some bad news. If not, I hope they make a Paper Luigi game. Yeah, I bet that'd be awesome too. Kid's just setting himself up for a lifetime of disappointment. Gonna wind up, you know, glued to Nintendo YouTube channels with Muppets of various colors and wallow in bitterness for the rest of his days. Until, of course, a remake comes out. You're surprised that kid could get through various puzzles? I'm not. I mean, if you're a kid, you have plenty of time to figure things out. Okay, seriously though, this is... Oh, something right near us. Oh. I guess sometimes they're in relatively conspicuous locations. It's not total guesswork, but it does feel like total guesswork. Anyway, that should be it for Petalburg. I guess it gives us a bit of a chance to review where we've been through. We will go to Schwung Fortress because that's missing something. And we might as well switch to Dupless here for that. And just have a bit of a run back. Oh, path. So is the path where the star is? I think it is. It's not in the fortress itself. I need to get used to this shortcut. Yeah, because the fortress itself has nothing. So it's in the path itself, which means that we should actually just switch back to mouse immediately. And just check every tree or bush. Like I was saying, is that the only one? 100%. Okay, great. Now we need to go to Hooktail Castle. And there's going to be one star piece somewhere in Hooktail Castle. That's going to be quite a search. But we'll do it. Yeah, like I said, still wondering about that number 10 in the catalog. At the 75, we'll check Creepy Steeple for boo varieties to see what we haven't killed yet, but the 10 definitely makes me think. Bump Attack is just going to bump them. At this point, Bump Attack is just going to kill everything. We're level 31. It's truly not going to matter. And bumping them while riding Dupless is extra good over here. And we'll just go all the way back to the start. I don't even need to stick around to pick up a coin, to be honest. We can just bump everything and go. I mean, maybe there was a Goomba in this segment that we were supposed to fight. Because number 10 clearly is some kind of Goomba, and something that starts with Goom. But it's sort of difficult to tell what that's going to be. Anyway, let's just keep going. Something with a separate entry, though. It's really not obvious to me at all. It's going to be somewhere in Rogueport, I'm sure, but... Anyway, Hooktail Castle, we'll check everything. Anywhere in this area? Yeah, we'll just go column by column in this place and... Oh, whoops. And gradually make our way across. We spent so much time here with missing that treasure chest where we unlocked Mouse in the first place. Nope. Nothing near here. Yeah, we don't care. And yeah, that staircase up front is just for the return, so... Okay. That should be simple then. Maybe it's somewhere through here. I thought we checked this pretty thoroughly, but... Could always... Oh, there's a little place to stomp here. Yes, yes, there's actually a little... spot that is now fairly obvious to me, but there we go. Surely that's got to be the last one, right? Let's take a look. 100%. Great. And indeed, we now have Chapter 1 completed, so let's go to Chapter 2. That was much quicker than I thought it would be. Given the scale of Hooktail Castles, I'm glad we'll just be able to get out of here and head over to the Great Tree, which is going to take a little bit of navigation here, but let's get back on Dupless, shall we? And then we'll just run back accordingly. I sort of wonder if we should bother... actually, let's take a look at which locations we are missing in Chapter 2. I really need to get used to navigation here. Flurry's house, Bugley Woods, and the Great Tree. We're missing a bit of everything, which tells me that we should just take Bugley Woods at the entrance. If I want to navigate back there. I mean, I suppose if we go through the Rogueport Underground a standard way, we could potentially pick up a couple of stars along the way there too, so... we could do that, assuming I actually remember how to get back to Bugley Woods. Is just not a given at all. Yeah, since we're here anyway, we'll scan every room and see what we can do. Nothing. Okay. And if there is nothing, then let's just go room by room. Also, since Rogueport Underground might have something here, I wonder, because this was like the introductory Goomba, if... I do want to try this. Take a bump attack for a moment. I wonder if there's some Goomba here in the underground that has a separate entry. That's what we're looking for. We're looking for a Goomba that has a separate title. It's not going to be either of these. Nope. Didn't think so, but oh well. Let's just wreck them quickly. Also, we're actually just a few points away from the next level up to level 32. If we really wanted, we could grind out a couple of 1-point fights if we took off bump attack, but no, we don't care. We will be able to get that eventually, and I'd rather not spend the time. But did we say that there was anything here? No, there isn't. So let's head down. Oh, no, that's not down. That's just over here. And... yeah, I think it was this one, maybe. I don't know my way around. Not much at all. Yeah, we'll check room by room, though. Nothing here. Can we just bump this guy? Yeah, we can, but... this just goes down to the door. This goes to the teleport room. We might just take the teleport room. It might just be easier. Do it that way. Speaking of teleport room, let's see if there's anything to scan over there, too. The fast travel hub. Yeah, let's just go straight to Bugley Woods and worry about the rest later. Honestly, couldn't remember the standard path down to the Great Tree, but let's take a look at this zone by zone. We could do the tree first, we could do Bugley Woods first, since we need to go to Flurry's house anyway. I think we should just... while we're here, let's just do the tree first. Because, what are we missing in there? Fairly big location. We've only got a third of the star pieces total. A third each. Yeah, we'll check everything. Does make sense to do it first, I think. And again, we'll just go room by room. Something right near us. Obviously, we'll need to pop everything here. It's right near us. Great Tree. No tourists. Yeah, that's fine. We're not tourists. Right near us, though. Oh, no, right near us was not that. Not a star piece at all, in fact. Might as well pop the save block. Not that we're at risk of dying or anything, but we'll Go room by room. See what we can do. Something nearby. We'll check every bush. Oh, there's something. Come on. There we go. And are we at 67%? No, we're at 50 now, so... If that's the case, there must have been 6 total, which means we have 3 remaining in the Great Tree. And we'll make sure to check every pipe we can. Something in this room? Yeah, luckily we can just come through this. Oh, nope. Power punch. That's fine. Is there anything still? Nope. Let's just keep going up. I think this still qualifies as the same room, so I don't think there's anything. No. And up the tree we go. We'll just try not to miss anything. More items in the bushes perhaps, but we'll see. There must be some way we can use this cage without getting locked in. Yeah, I think I did figure it out. Oh, there's something. Flip it. I said flip it. Always need to stand exactly in a certain location. Should be 2 more in the tree if we're correct about this, yeah. So let's head back out. Anything in storage here? Surprisingly not. I mean, Mouse, I guess technically was here on her own before and found absolutely nothing. Okay, next. We're going to go just all the way down. We'll check these rooms already. Quite a lot more tree to go, though. And we have to check absolutely everything. Yeah, this was just on the other side of the entrance earlier, so there is something nearby. Possibly in the lower level, to be honest, but we'll check everything. Yeah, we never did explore this properly. We'll just check every bush. Oh, just a Thunder Rage, okay. It's not too significant. But there's still maybe more. Being wrapped in a layer of bubbles is so soothing. The stress just fades away. All of my stresses. Oh, Petuni, why not me? Why not me? You say that I'm just like all the other Punies, which breaks my heart, even if it is, you know, true. I kind of want to get Goombella to give us the blurb on this lovelorn Puny over here. That's a Puny, okay. Not a distinct one with a name. No wonder Petuni never noticed him. I don't think the Punies are long for this world, except the Elder, of course. Something right near us. Yeah, we'll check the bushes in just a moment. This bubble pool is incredible. I bet even you could float, Mario. Oh, there's just coins, though, so... Okay, it was just a coin. It's not really that significant. Can we float? There we go. No, we can't. False advertising. Alright, let's just go on. Nothing else in this room, so we will go down. What's up, level 1? Nothing, so... Oh. Sure. That would displace the planet so violently here that there's nothing in the room. Okay. Okay, yeah, no, this was for the further descent. Almost caught me by surprise there, but not so much. Let's check this. Oh no, you know what? We should have just taken that pipe to go down. We've checked all this before. Okay, sub-level 2. Should be something nearby. Okay, we'll check that. I just encountered some jabbies a little bit ago, and they all said hi. I guess they aren't all bad. Keep it down. Oh, it's Mr. Mustache. The jabbies are up ahead. The Bashadvis are welcome. We haven't built a fortress in a while and been calm, which is ominous. So yeah, at the beginning of this stream, I realized, I'll just go through this again quickly, that if I take a look at the catalog and if I sort in the different orders, we can actually kind of narrow down what we're missing. So I've determined, for example, that 75 is some kind of boo that starts with either A or B, and which we were missing around either the Twilight Town Path or Creepy Steeple, for instance. And the other one that's sort of uncounted for so far is number 10 here, which we understand to be something that's Goomba-ish. Because it's also right by the Goombas in terms of category. It might be a Goomba variant that's also called Goomba. It might be, I don't know, some kind of mirror match against Goombella or something, or Goomtha or something of that nature. But it also means that we know that we were just missing 10. We were missing the Blue Spiny. This is obviously the Blue Spiny. This has become pretty interesting here as the second last entry in the book right behind Prince Mush, which tells me it was probably maybe a pit boss that you were hinting at. And other than that, we're just missing the 75 because everything else is stuffed in the end. So it's allowed me to narrow things down rather quickly, that we just need to get 10 and 75, and then at some point we'll do 31 and 133 in the pit. And we'll also do the ending. Right now, we're just cleaning up the star pieces, which I didn't originally think I'd do on stream, but you know, maybe it won't take too long, even though we might not really do much today in the way of... Oh, this thing here. Yeah, okay. I remember this now. Might not do much today in terms of chapter 5. No. I never actually did figure this out. There's no step or anything here. Didn't seem to be a way to get down towards it. Maybe there's something that's supposed to launch you up, or you're supposed to fall down towards it. I never actually understood it. Surely it couldn't be something from the upper floor that allows you to punch a hole. Like back here in the middle or something? Didn't seem so. Yeah, okay, that's why we were missing something. But then that wouldn't necessarily be a star piece though, right? Maybe there's something to climb here that we're missing, or maybe something from down below that would in fact give us a launch, like if we came down here. Nah, of course not. Not like that, rather, but... Okay, so we hit a coin. Or did we? Let's take a look at it. This is technically the same room, incidentally, so... Let's get over to Mouse and see if she still detects something. And we'll go back upstairs to check it. Because we actually did manage to hit that. But then for what? Is it just a coin? Aha, okay, no, now we can go for this. This looks too important to be a star piece. Must be a badge or something. Damage touch B, excellent. We've got a second damage touch B then. Wonderful. We'll plug that in once we take off bump attack, probably. Yeah, because the second one is great, especially for late in the game. Wish we had that for the pit earlier, in fact. Not the pit, but for Prince Mush. And that's a Koopa badge, yeah. That's a Koops badge, right? Oh, it's a Koops badge. Yeah, okay. You're supposed to hit this with Koops. Well, I'm glad we were within reach to hit this for to jump from below. It's so funny that I changed to Koops just to not use them. Yeah, exactly. Didn't even think about that. No, because I was thinking about hitting this. See, it's all these invisible blocks that give you a totally sensible step that I never think about. Same with the one in Glitzville that was just below the Shine Sprite. Because, yeah, this game doesn't generally make you backtrack for this stuff. It usually just lets you have the solution right away. So, we'll check every room. These guys still look a little bit dizzy here. Let's talk. Huh? A bully? That's what it looks like he wants to say. Who are you calling a bully? Who do you think is a bully here? Take that back. Okay. You know, that guy Lord Crump who fooled us, his feet just reeked like you read about. That's what he looks like he wants to say. Mario, what do you do for a living anyway? Is there any money in princess saving? I want to talk to that puny with the spots, but how? I've never actually seen any of this content because I never really had a reason to go back to the Great Tree, I think, in the original, since we didn't really do a complete sweep. What should I play today? Yeah, we kind of have that expression too sometimes when we ask the same question. But, oh, just a coin, so probably nothing else then. Let's check the room to the left. Oh yeah, we'll progress through here too, I guess. Check every bush. Should be something nearby. I wonder if the drop still counts as the same room. It might. Let's run around with her anyway. Yeah, sure, let's drop in. Yeah, because it was continuous, it does count as the same room. I think it usually is the case here. We didn't really check behind the pipe or behind any of the bushes, which must just give you individual coins for all we know. It does, so that's probably the item at hand. Hey, look at that, there's one. So we're missing still just one remaining in the entirety of the Great Tree. We might have to go back to that stump. But for the time being, we'll just continue checking over here. Nope. Alright, let's head back up. No, good thing we have her here to sniff things out. And we might as well go through the pipe to see if the bottom of the tree is going to give us anything. So level 3. Yeah, could be it. Could just be a bush with a coin, of course. Yet again. That's totally what it's going to be. Oh. Maybe this one. Oh, no, it's just a coin again. Guess she's a little overly sensitive to every detectable treasure. Behind the steps. Dizzy dial, okay. We never use those, but that's fine. And nothing else in this room, but there is the pipe over there, so... How do we even get over there? Oh, down at this level, yeah. Nothing. Yeah, so the room to the right with the various battles, that's something that we should look at if we go back up to sub-level 2, but until then, we'll check every room. It's continuous with this room down here, so it's gotta be here somewhere, I'm sure. Right near us. Whoops. Hang on. Can we hit the ground here? Mushroom, okay, that's not interesting. Can't carry... I mean, mushrooms could always be used for cooking. I'll just toss Dizzy Dial. Except this is going to totally throw off the detector. So let's go to the other room and try to despawn it first. And then see which coins we haven't plucked out of here. Still something good. Behind a pipe? No. Probably more coins in the bushes, yeah. And yeah, that's it over here. Let's check the room to the left again, just in case it was something that was not the mushroom. And we'll head back up. That just leaves one major location for us, but we'll go up and take a look. Oh, I think we also didn't check the secret shop room. That's one that we shouldn't forget. Probably more coins. Oh, look at that, star piece. I think that's it then. An art gallery, chapter 2 is not complete because we haven't done the rest of it, but the area here, the Great Tree, should be complete. Yeah, 100%. So let's do Boggly Woods and Flurry's house. And gradually make our way back up. Oh, actually, I want to check one thing here. Since we came all this way. To see what this looks like. In case there's more interesting dialogue here from anyone here being accusatory. I'm sorry we were used by those outsiders. We have learned from a mistake. Yeah, you better have. I'm so busy, so busy. Life isn't easy for us jabbies. No, sir. Yikes, it's Mario. Didn't pick on me. That tiny pink top puny girl is so cute. She's in heavy demand. Where'd Jabble go? Did he sneak back to the shop? I guess he did. I want to punch that one puny bully right in his paunch. Who are you calling a bully? Anyway, let's move on here. And yeah, there's nothing else here. Let's go back. I mean, you know, maybe there are more items and bushes or whatever, but we don't care. We're going to go out to the Boggly Woods and to Flurry's house, and we'll clean those up. So hopefully it shouldn't take too long to get through. Yeah, I'm still wondering about what could possibly be the candidate for that number 10. It's probably a Goomba whose name likely starts with Goom. It might also just be called a Goomba again, like how there are multiple forms of dry bones, piranha plants, a lot of the old standbys. But we just don't know at the moment. But we'll leave the woods and keep searching. And we'll switch back to Mouse in just a moment here. Anything? Probably a coin in a bush again. Also, there's this guy. Hey, yo, I've got all the hottest new products here. Nothing we need. He never really did have anything that useful to us. However, there might be something if we just traverse. Now would be a good time for Ms. Mouse to give us a little squeak. You said there's something near here, did you? Well, not that we can see. Oh, okay. Yep, that's it. It was just a coin on a tree. But it does remind us that we should be smacking all the trees where possible. Behind the pipe? No. We'll go up the pipe in a moment. We could have just run into him with bump attack, but that's okay. And was there something in here? No, these were just the steps upwards, so maybe something nearby, you say. I mean, a bit of an open patch over here, not that Mouse is sniffing anything for us. We never did smack some of these trees, if it's at all possible. It's like you could probably shake something out of that if you really wanted, but she's not giving us any interesting detection here. Oh, something's going on. Possibly we need to jump up top here. Oh, there's something in that area for sure. We'd better go up and just walk it. Maybe we just never walked that far along that path. Let's just go and check it. Should be something nearby. It's down here though, right? We can always go flurry, perhaps. Let's see if maybe there's anything to blow away. Doubtful. Right near us. Well, I'm not seeing it. The range seems to extend all the way here, though. Oh, it's just a coin. Okay. Oh, you can hit these. Okay. I didn't really even think about that. Which means that we should check this one, too. Can't be, though. That seems... really kind of fussy as a solution. Well, I mean, we're here. And in particular on the treasure here, not telling until I found it. Yeah, naturally. We know that we can shake some of the trees. We know that we can do quite a bit. But this is just a platform, though. Nearby. Well, she's not giving me anything else. Oh, there was something. Just another coin. Anything else in the room? Still yes. It might also just be on this side in the same room. If we cut across... I'd rather check that location first, because I feel like it's too obscure to be something deep in the background over here. Much too obscure to really feel like a real solution. Anything more? Something nearby. Trees? Nope. This seems entirely too obscure in some ways, but... I mean, this is still within... Ugly Woods. Would we walk this way? Nope, that's just where we came in. We did walk all the way to the back previously. Maybe there's something that we can drop in down over here. Trying to see if there's maybe some kind of meaningful floor marking that we're missing here. Yeah, her detection range isn't quite working out for us here. This might be a good candidate for having to mop it up with a hint. Because it's very, very well hidden, whatever it is. Unless we're just missing a specific and obvious location. Yeah, I can't just be walking through all of this. I think maybe we should head over to Flurry's first and come back for it. In case it's just a coin or something that we're missing in this room rather than a star piece. Because it's obscure enough that maybe it's not a star piece, maybe it's just a coin. That's here, and so it might make sense to come back and check this room last when it comes to Bogly Woods in case their star pieces reveal themselves sooner. And then we'll come back and figure out what this is all about. Something nearby, we'll check every tree as before. There's one, that's good. I should kind of wonder, I mean, the neighboring room, yeah, the mouse's range is for each room transition, so we still haven't picked up the one here. Does this get me up to 50, or does it get me up to 66 for the count in this part of the map? It gets... Okay, so there's just one additional star piece somewhere in Bogly Woods, anywhere in Bogly Woods, and so we don't need to worry about that for now. I already have one star piece in this location, which tells me that whatever's next might not also be a star piece, but we'll check everything anyway, just in case. Okay, there is a star piece. Okay, so we're all done, actually. So whatever it was in the previous room did not matter. So something particular in treasure here, you said, though. We'll go back and think about it. Maybe it's something important. But we didn't find it. Whatever it was. Yeah, maybe if it's an interesting badge, then we'd look for it, but otherwise I might just bypass it, to be honest. I don't know that I care that much about it. It's not like we have the badge points to spare at this point. Something right near us. Yeah, of course there is. Find a chair. Lamp. Floor. Kind of an open square location here, yeah. Conspicuously open. So, does that give me Chapter 2? It does. Chapter 2 complete. Well, we can sniff around for that previous treasure again, but again, I don't know that I particularly care about it at this point if we're just going for the gallery at the moment. Might be something good. Or it might just be another coin that's annoyingly placed. So I don't know if we'll necessarily bother, but we'll take another peek. Just in case. I mean, at this point, it's not going to be some kind of object that's revealed by hint system, so it could just be something tucked away. Yeah, because she absolutely insists there's something here. Maybe even just a block that's hanging around. I don't know. At this point, yeah, there's... Can't imagine it's something that's very locatable. Like even if you decided to scrunch up under here and the platform from below or something, that's really not going to get us anything noteworthy. I honestly think we'll bypass it. It's not what we're looking for at the moment. Yeah, I have no idea how we're supposed to find whatever it is. It's just whacking a retreat until there's a coin or something, so... I don't think we'll bother. We can go back to the Great Tree in order to do the pipe transition to Twilight Town, though. That might be worthwhile. And at that point, when we get to Creepy Steeple, we'll take off Bump Attack. For the obvious reason that we've gone over already. Okay, so at this point, it's going to be Chapter 4. Let's take a look at the various counts for zones here. 100% in Twilight Town itself, 100% on Twilight Trail, 40% in Creepy Steeple. So we're going to go to Creepy Steeple, naturally. What was that? All of the zones in this part of the map. Or... yeah. Okay, straight to the steeple. And imagine that, we even have a fast travel pipe that's available. So yeah, we actually do want to get mobbed by the booze once we get there. So we'll take Bump Attack off. I don't know that we'll bother replacing it with anything, well, because it'll just be more menus to scroll through at that point. I mean, yeah, we'll just put on Defend plus P or something just so we have it marked out here. Anyway, anything here? Should be something nearby. Interesting. Probably up above here. Interesting that we wouldn't have checked it. But anyway, let's check either room to the side here. Still something here. Plant. Scrack. Yeah, we probably need to roll back up. And perhaps it's something that does appear as a continuous space. Can't imagine what else it would be unless... oh, there we go. Now, let's do a quick count here to see what percent we're at. 60%, so we've got 2 more in Creepy Steeple. And we'll see if it's still within range in this room. It should be. And so, yeah, we'll drop back in above when we can. Also, yeah, because it's not a paid transition, it's just door to door, perhaps it is in this area. We didn't roll around here very comprehensively, so... Right near us. Could be on the other side of the wall here. In fact, I suspect it is. Notice... No, there's just nothing to notice. Let's... Yeah, let's just roll over here. It's probably... something we needed. We'll roll back down there in a moment. When we have a chance to see it from up above. Nothing here? Okay, so we want to get Mobbed by the Boos again because there might have been something Boo related that we didn't get to see when it comes to Tatalog. So why don't we just let them take us here? Glom onto us this way. It just carries us though. Oh, just dumps us out front, okay. I was trying to see if we could trigger some kind of fight with those, but... Again, it could also be on Twilight Trail when it comes to the enemy there specifically, so we'll see what we can do here first. Just comb over the whole map as we go. Is Pit of 100 Trials or Prince Mush harder? Prince Mush is much harder. But that's partly because I am bad at Super Guard timings and I had to put on double Simplifier to get through Prince Mush. Pit of 100 Trials, I never had to use a Life Mushroom to replenish. I had no problems with it. And Natcat, welcome. I guess the tracks do lead here. Can't see that. So we're missing something in this area. Let's check around the well a little bit. You've never seen anyone during the remake spam trigger the fight I'm looking for without knowing what's going on. Well, you see, I don't remember what I missed here. It's not just a fight, incidentally. Do we hit the tree? Oh, by the way, no, it might actually just be down the well if it's a continuous space. No, it's not. Let's go back and check. I was saying Mouse isn't being... Oh, we forgot. We took off bump attack. That's okay. Let's just blow these guys up quickly then. I mean, we can just smack them directly at this point. We've got mother of all hammers here. Oh, maybe not. We're actually down by one. Okay. Oh, right, because we took off Hammerman. I forgot to... Fine. Yeah, Natcat, that was at the end of the previous stream. We spent the entirety of the last stream doing Pit of 100 Trials and Prince Mush. Prince Mush took me 2 attempts. And I, like I said, I had to put on double Simplifier to make sure we got the Super Guard input. Because he actually burnt through most of my item inventory over the course of that fight. Oh, I guess we'll pop everyone we can. Get some of these coins out of the way. So there was something at the entrance. Oh, we have to switch to Vivian for this. Okay. Did she say there was anything in this room? No. This looks almost suspicious. There's a little grating here, but no, it's not. It wasn't closed. Also, I guess we could go back to the back room. Oh, let's check this. Because there was the back room in Creepy Steeple that we didn't really look at very exhaustively. It's still in the same area, so there's going to be nothing. But we just missed a rolling location, probably to the right over here, in fact. All the way to the right. There we go. The star piece. And so we're just missing one in Creepy Steeple now. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 80%. So let's just go back upstairs. It's not a very large location, so we'll be back there in no time. Yeah, we should go to the back room again. But yeah, we're missing some kind of boo in this location. And I'm thinking that there was a fellow in the back room that we'll check for. Back for more, eh? I'm going to quiz you again. If you get all three of my questions right, I'll give you something good. And he did previously. What if we lose the quiz? Does he try to fight us? Remember those stashed statues? After 3 pounds on the red one, how many hits on the blue? Oh, it actually was 64 though, right? Oh, and now he's actually asking us questions about events that happened after Chapter 4, which is interesting. So we might actually get something new out of this, because it's a new set of trivia questions if he's asking about events of Chapter 5. I don't remember. It's 3 pounds in a red one. Too bad, foolish mortal. Come back again sometime, eh? Oh yeah, we need to reload the room. Okay, so yeah, we actually should do this. We should do this. Because there might be something new. Statues, 3 pounds on a red one. How many hits on the blue? We'll say 2. I actually don't remember. It's been so long. So we'll just brute force it. Not the kind of information we bothered to retain. Or ding dong. Virgin Keelhaul Key. Some sailors left Bob Brady behind to escape. Who went straight back to camp first? At the bridge in Keelhaul Key. I think it was actually Crump. Oh, no, it's not. Okay. Hang on. Because, well, Crump was at the bridge, though, right? So it's the question of who was with him at a time. Thought it was Flavio back at camp. It's a toad, actually. It's a toad. Let's go 4 hits. And let's go a toad. What's the name of the toad that opened up a shop on Keelhaul Key? Oh, we did the quest for this, didn't we? It's not Pinty Jr. No, Pinty Sr. and Pinty Jr. are the quest. It's gotta be Thrifty. Yeah. Guess you earned this with your huge brain, you nerd. I'm gonna screenshot this. I feel like this could be useful. Come back again sometime. Okay, it gets real dull in here. So he's going chapter by chapter, so I wonder if we can actually just come back again and again and get more questions about various chapters. Peachy Peach. Wasn't there a recipe that required this? Or... I don't remember, because I feel like there was a recipe somewhere, or some reference to the Peachy Peach, and we just never found it. We'll toss it. Maybe it's interesting. Or maybe it just gives us juice. We'll toss... I don't know. This doesn't replenish much, but we'll maybe make a cake out of it or something. We'll toss the Power Punch for now. Oh, also, I guess if we're going to be getting more items off of him with quizzes, we're going to be tossing a lot of this stuff anyway, so we'll either go back to storage or we will just see if we eventually draw something valuable. Yeah, of course, Mouse is going to detect a scent. Yeah, let's actually do the quiz again and again. Because, if I'm not mistaken, since he's asking about Chapter 5, now we can get him to ask us about Chapter 6. What did a waitress on the XS Express lose? Shell earrings. And the letter P. That's wonderful. Question 2. What sort of brain does Detective Pennington claim to have? Probably large. Question 3. What's the name of the hotel? Royal Poshley Park Tower, I'm pretty sure. Oh, waste it. Come back again sometime. Is this just Ice Storm? Yeah, we don't need it. We'll toss it. Also, yeah, I'm going to check his name, actually, next time I talk to him, in case that Boo is a specifically named character who just happens to fit conveniently into the alphabetical slot that we're looking for. Let me just check him with Goombella. That's a Boo. Okay, no, he's just a Boo. He never leaves his room, which seems to be the case. Where is he getting all this information? Well, where else? Maybe he's been talking to the Toad Kid in Petalburg who's been playing Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door. And yeah, 06, I'm totally thinking about doing a peach cake or something. We'll deal with that later. Anyway, quiz me. About Chapter 7, which is probably as far as it goes given that we haven't done Chapter 8 yet. I kind of wonder if there's post-game some reason to return here to ask him about Chapter 8, or receive questions, rather, about Chapter 8, but... Bub's father is named Goldbob. What's his mother's name? Roghoff. No, it's Sylvia. I mean, we could stay at the inn at our outpost and find on a table a... It was either a spicy soup or a snow bunny. I think it was a spicy... No, it's a spicy soup. Oh, no. Maybe it was a snow bunny. Anyway, we'll check this again. This is new material to me, so we'll do it anyway. And Sylvia. Actually, I don't think we ever stayed at the inn there, so... Maybe it was space food. Yeah, no, I confused it with what we find on the table elsewhere. Well, I mean, I have barely stayed in the inns in this game on the whole anyway, so I just never really kept track of very much of this. So we are essentially brute forcing that question. I mean, surely they're not so inhospitable as to give me poisoned cake. I don't even know what space food is. Which crystal star was found inside the Exonaut Fortress? I love how he's just giving us a bit of a freebie here, unlike the Thwomp. Oh, wait. Oh, no, it's just a crystal star. Wait, no, hang on. Did we totally misread this? Yeah, no, it is the Crystal Star. Magnus 1 Gravel 2.0. Yeah, no, I was thinking surely The star is not just called the crystal star. Yeah, it is. We couldn't keep these straight, so let's do it again. We want this guy on my team for the pub quiz. Okay, question 2. Space food. And crystal star. What am I getting this time? Shooting star. Well, we already have a ton of these. I don't even know if we'll keep it, actually. I guess we'll replace a mushroom with it. It's... damage is nice to have. We'll just toss the shroom. Now, presumably, because we haven't done Chapter 8 yet, or even initiated it, we're not going to get any additional questions, but let's check this room anyway to see if there's anything else that can be done. Natcat, you like the title of the stream? I'm glad you do. I guess it accurately reflects what we're doing here. So yeah, he's not here anymore. So we can check this place with mouse. Nothing. We'll check the adjoining room too. Can we just whack some of the booze as they come in? Surely we can. Come on here. I remember that in the original there was something here. Oh, there we go. He said you'd be nice. Yeah, no, I remember this because I know I saw this in the original. Let's get him, guys. Yeah, I did see this on GameCube. I absolutely remember it, so... And yeah, Natcat sing-alongs are always welcome, of course. Can't flee this fight. Don't even remember his name, but that's what the title's for. The music is, of course, unique to this fight, as far as I can tell. Let's swap over to Goombella. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure I do remember this in the original. It's... just didn't think about... Yeah, Atomic Boo, that's what it is. It's number 75 in the book. Which means we're just missing number 10 in terms of things that are definitely missed. Giant Boo made up a ton of smaller boos. 40-40. Absolutely no problem. It'll try to smush us and split up and send hundreds of boos at us. And when we attack, we might get so scared that we get confused or can't move. Nope. Not with feeling fine, we don't. Shooter wouldn't want to see this thing standing behind me in the middle of the night. Creepy. I think I'm correct anyway. I'm pretty sure I did fight him originally. Don't know if we'll get even more than 1 star off of him, but... yeah, I guess Hammer isn't going to reach him, which means we actually have to use jump attack for once, but... yeah, we might as well just try to burn him down. I never really use the spring jump much. Oh, missed it. Okay. See, that's why I don't do it much. And see, 0 damage on Mario, so absolutely no problem here. Let's just try to go multi-bonk here. And then we'll just beat him up in no time. It's better to just go normal jump, actually. We'll get him next turn. And, oh, trying to hide away, getting ready for a transformation, I suppose, but we'll just destroy him. Oh, we actually get more than 1 point, which is great, because we'll be able to upgrade to 96 BP. So we do still need to sweep Creepy Steeple for 1 additional star piece. It might be outside, because we're still missing something on the outside, but we'll check that. Anyway. We're of course going to save a little bit of room for bump attack, but we'll plug it back in and... Oh, this is something new. Lucky start. Could just play for luck all day, really. Cost 4. Anyway, we're going to go back to bump attack for the time being. And we might actually use that eventually, but for now we've got more points that we know what to do with. And we'll figure it out. Might even just go... Oh, sure, let's plug in damage dodge P. That would reduce damage to 0 rather than just 1 on Goombella just now in that fight. Also notice that we actually have room for 2 more BP upgrades technically, because we'll do 1 more to get to 99. And when we start upgrading FP, then I'll take this off and that'll give us 3 additional points past that point. So currently, yeah, we will be able to add 6 more BP by the time we're done, which means that if we had like 1 remaining, for instance, we could actually put on Lucky Day. And that might be the final configuration that we end up with, depending on whether we want to do anything beyond that. Let's put on the double power smash, because that's satisfying, even though it's a little costly. Anyway, all the boos are away. They're not mobbing us anymore. So, yeah, we know there's nothing here. Let's check on the outside quickly. If it's inside a steeple itself, we'll obviously try to climb up the tower and proceed from there. I mean, it could be anything here. Oh, the tree. She's not sniffing anything out at the moment. Buckets. Nope. Yeah, these endgame map sweeps I think sometimes can be a little bit tedious in any game, but we'll do what we can for the gallery's sake. I actually think we should check the steeple first and then see if there's something out here. Although, I mean, this does count as being... Oh, she's got something. We're within range. Right by the steps, maybe? Don't see it. Could be by the gate. Nope, that's too far. It's got to be within here somewhere. Not right at the door, though. Somewhere around this step. Okay, oh, that's it? Okay, that's fine. I bet the one in Boggly Woods earlier was something like that as well. That's just there specifically to throw out the mouse radar. That serves absolutely no purpose beyond that, really. Just guys want to bump me at this point? Well, too bad. We destroyed your atomic companion. Oh, yeah, we are missing one, right? Let me just check here. 80%. So we'll climb up the tower, and we'll check both sides here, too. We'll check the top and the bottom. Why is that block even there? Purely to distract Miss Mouse. There's no other purpose. But there is something nearby. Yeah, literally the only thing it does is throw off her scent. We will check this location here, of course. I actually think that maybe we could have missed something here when we had come here before, but maybe we were missing something when we did arrive here, so... Whack the tree. Oh yeah, no, we've seen this before. Golden Leaf. And it's nice, but we really don't have much room for it. Next to everything else, we'll toss Thunder Rage. We get more mileage out of Shooting Stars anyway. And the Golden Leaf, I think, was actually useful for some recipe. And of course, with the Thunder Rage there, that's going to throw off percent as well. So let's just reload into each room as we proceed, just to see if there's anything worth checking. We'll check this area first. This totally looks like it could be something. I mean, got some suspiciously blank spots here too. Oh, these are for the steps though. Mushroom roast, my beloved, yeah. Pretty much. Something right near us. It might be something that we have to reach by moving the steps towards the middle first. Might just be another nonsense block or something. We have to move the steps. Might be something reachable on top of the steps, so we move it to the middle position. We'll check this area too, of course. Nothing. We'll move it one step. We better check. Nothing really. This is out of range. There's got to be something right around here. Oh, right there, okay. Should have checked that to begin with, just for symmetry. But that does it for chapter 4, I think. Let's do 5 and 7. 5 could take some time because the grotto is rather large and requires quite a bit of sailing, but let's take a look at the map and see what we'll do. Like I said, I doubt we'll really progress into Chapter 8 today. We might just run a relatively short collection stream. And we have to think about that number 10 as well, which I know, Dubishadvisor, you said was the only one that you had to look up externally. Okay, Keelhaul Key 83 here, 75 here. So yeah, we'll have to do a fair bit of searching. But that's what the fast travel pipe is for, so let's get back onto Duplis and head out of here. But yeah, with Atomic Boo out of the way, the only thing that I think we can do before either Chapter 8 or another pit run would be whatever enemy number 10 is. We do have everything else up to this point, I think. We know we're missing Blue Spiny in a Pit of 100 Trials. We know we're missing something else in the Pit of 100 Trials that might be post-game. Or it might just be, like, I don't know if it would be post-game or a second run or what, but we'll worry about that later. But it is something that is before Prince Mush, though. And I have my suspicions because, you know, we did look at where that's sat alphabetically, entry number 133. Oh yeah, we don't need to go here. Wait, why would we go here? We just needed to take the fast travel pipe. That's okay, we've got, no, let's just take the fast travel pipe. Let's not be silly about this. I was just talking about it too. Unless we just randomly run into the Amazing Daisy or something, but we can get more of those in the pit with good time. Until we get into Chapter 8, we're not seeing any more levels anyway. And even in Chapter 8, since we're at level 32, we might be over-leveled for some of that. For all I know. But let's head over here. Okay, Twilight Zone. And then we'll take the pipe back to the hub. Oh, yeah, no, we'll go to the shop first to just do a little bit of inventory management here. Slim things down a bit. Yeah, because we've got 6 storage slots, let's just put some of these away. Totally didn't need a turtley leaf for tea at the moment. Yeah, we've got 2 more slots. Let's just keep the rest, I suppose. Actually, you know, prioritizing the FP instead of mushroom roast is maybe even better, but no, we'll keep it for the moment. And let's go to Chapter 5. At least we do have a shortcut into the grotto. Not looking forward to hopping over all those barrels again, obviously, but we'll do Keelhaul Key first. And really properly sweep this place. Nothing here. We'll check the previous zone. And there is something. I don't think she means to whack a bump, given that we are at capacity with those. But let's make it over. It might be something on a dock for all we know. Better check it. What if we could reach up there? I don't think so. I don't think she's picking up on a whack-a-bump, given that we have no more available. And what is she picking up on? Something nearby. Oh, we'll see. Oh, something. There we go. Now, is that the only one, or are there more? 100% on Keelhaul Key. Great, that was convenient. Let's keep going then. Straight into the grotto on this end, which might be a bad idea because, again, we have to jump over all the barrels, but nothing on this end. Or in this room. Yeah, it might have been more convenient to go forwards through this area, actually, just so we don't have to deal with this bit here. But I guess we'll go by boats and check these successive rooms. Yeah, because she's detecting nothing in this entire zone, which means we can just bypass it. Head back to more sensible locations. Once we have an opportunity to undock. And even let ourselves get carried a little bit, but we'll just go room by room once we undock and see what we can reveal. Once we can alight from the boat. It's quite a long ways. Oh, well, yeah, I guess we have to go up into the area here. Feeling kind of soaked by now, I bet. And of course, we can only alight at the designated locations. Which means we just wind up all the way into front anyway. All the way back to the beginning. And then we'll just go room by room. Nothing. We can bump. We should check the opening room just so we are fully diligent about this. I think this is continuous with the entry point up top, but we should check it just to be extra cautious about it. Yeah, it is. So I don't think this will reveal anything new. Nope. Okay. Oh, whoops. Yeah, let's actually pay attention here so we don't lose all 10 HP. We're doing it a fast way and not trying to time this with Vivian or something silly. I guess running across with Dupless might be a good idea too, but that's okay. We'll make it over here. And pretty much the only time we had to use a life mushroom in a field was falling off the barrels in this zone here. Okay, there is something. Let's check. Guess we should jump across. Let's take Dupless for a moment. Pop this guy. And nearby. Well, not sniffing that yet. Gate's been raised already, yeah. Guess we have to hug every wall. Unless, of course, it's continuous with the space above, but I see no indication that it is. I do see a little shadowy blotch over here. No. Let's check the left side again. We might actually have to use the boat and sail behind one of these locations. Actually, I suspect that's what it is. We do need to sail here. Which means we'll need to get back on the boat. We noticed something in this room. Yeah, we just need to sail, I think. I don't know if she'll get close enough otherwise to tell us where something might be. Because it could very well be the waterfall, for instance. Yeah, we know that some things are only obtainable by boat. That's potentially a bit of a backtrack here, unless we can get on a boat soon. Which I don't recall if we can. No, because it's kind of a long way back to get a dock. Except, yeah, you have to drop off the boats. I think that's exit only, where we went back to the beginning just now because of the way that you have to drop off the boat. So let's go above and above the waterfall specifically. And go back to check that room. But yeah, it's almost certainly something to pick up by boat here, I think. We'll peek in this room anyway while we're here, so we don't need to backtrack all the way. Nothing, and then these guys... Yeah, we checked this one previously, hence no item. Just an old, expended panel. So we'll head up above and drop in and probably sail our way to the appropriate solution. Yeah, and the space is continuous below, so it's going to be nothing. Let's try it again. Okay, Pirate's Grotto Waterfall. There is something right near us. This could just be it, in fact. Come on. And what does that put us at it on the map? 100%, so chapter 5 actually is done. Great, let's do 7. In that case, let's get out of here. Let's just sail away. Back to the shortcut pipe. But before we do that, let's see what we need from 7. I think it was just Far Outpost that we were missing. Because the moon's taken care of already. Far Outpost we're missing 1. Path to Far Outpost we're missing 2. So that's easily doable. Let's just go back for that. So yeah, we're actually getting this done relatively quickly. In that event, unless we figure out something to do with the enemy number 10, that is still a mystery to us, we may begin to progress with Chapter 8 today just to see how far we get. I do not expect that we'll stay long enough to get all the way to the end, but you never know. Sometimes we can just get involved enough in this. I know that doing the mainline content in most of the chapters has sort of come out to about 4 hours a chapter, I think, typically. 3 to 4. People be blowing up fireworks at 1 a.m. Oh, yeah. Oh, you mean over where you are? If you are in Pacific. I mean, I don't know what they're celebrating. It's not the 4th of July yet, and was there something significant on the 3rd of July that I don't remember? Probably. But anyway, let's get back out. Might also just be a day for fireworks. Could be testing for a future display. Okay, let's head over. It's just them being early, I suppose so. Okay, Chapter 7. Far Outpost and a path to Far Outpost. That's what we're looking for. Something nearby, as we know. Check behind the cannon monument. We need to check all of the buildings as well. Doesn't seem like anything here. Need to comb over everything here, including the fences. We'll just check every location. And General White's not doing anything here anymore. Yeah, Mouse's squeak range is honestly not that great sometimes. I love how she doesn't pick up anything that's a shop item, incidentally. Requires a little bit of suspension of disbelief there, perhaps. But anyway, she picks up something here in Far Outpost. And we haven't discerned the location yet, but I guess we'll just need to run around. I want to blow up on Moon, don't we all? We only use Big Bob Cannon for peaceful purposes. Wapadoom. As they say in Existential Risk, P-Doom, there is more to world than what we see, Bashum. Truth is always beyond sight, just like space itself. And yeah. Oh, there we go. In Koopa. Okay, that's it. That's fine. Still something, though. There's snow up on Moon, Pub Louie. Where does snow come from anyway, Pub How? Just thinking about it makes head feel like going ba-boom. I guess living in snowy conditions does prevent a lot of them from igniting early or something. Also, I bet being able to walk this does look awfully suspicious. Like if we are able to walk on top of this location or something. And she would have picked it up by now, by proximity. If that were the case. Maybe we can get into cannon or something. Oh, she's got something. Right near us, sweetie. There we go. Should be the only one here. Map. Yeah, far outpost. Now then let's go to the path and we should be able to find two there. We didn't check it very thoroughly when we went through here originally, since we were just playing for survival more than anything. Cannon will not be fired until day we have been waiting for comes. Okay, so yeah, I'm just checking whether that's within the bump attack level. It of course is, even though it is in Chapter 7. Check every tree. And I think these once actually did some reasonable damage. Now that we're level 32, everything just collapses. Oh, that's just a coin. Is there anything else? Yes, there should be something nearby. Bushes. Snow. This looks suspicious. And it's not. Yeah. Everywhere that there's snow, though, we should always check it. Just in case there's anything layered behind. Oh, now is there anything? Coin might be the last thing here. Nope, there's something right near us. Okay. There we go. And there's still something nearby. Probably just a coin. I think it's pretty rare for 2-star pieces to be in the same zone, I think. As far as I could tell, so. It will make more sense, I think, to check something else first before presuming a repeat here. We should still be missing one, though. Let's take a look. Yeah, let's just check the next room first. It probably just is some kind of item or coin that's hanging around in this room. Yeah, indeed, this is likely the better thing to check. We'll get the coins out of the bushes. There's no doubt there are some that are just throwing everything off. The ones in the background are not really within range for hitting. Coin. Then bush over here. Anything else? No, okay. But then it might be at the beginning of the path. We'll check that first. Right here, okay. Check the tree. Check the bottom. The range is always so hard to see, too, on the stomp. Oh, she's sniffing something. Oh, just a coin. Okay, never mind. still thinks there's something. Well, we'll check. Behind the pipe? Nope. This doesn't seem like it would be within your usual range. We're at a conspicuously open location back here, though. And there we are. So, what have we got? We do, in fact, have everything up to Chapter 7 so far. Let's go to Rogueport and mop that up. Which, well, there'll be quite a lot to check down there, but... Rogueport. Town, we've only got 38%. Rogueport Underground was 69%. So, yeah, we've got a lot to sweep once we're there. So let's just go back and do it. And again, I have no idea what's going on with the number 10, which presumably is a Goomba, but more than that, we don't know. Nothing in this zone. That's just the Twilight Pipe. I mean, surely bump badge is enough to get rid of those guys at this point. Oh yeah, this allows you to climb up. We checked that before, though. Because it just gets you to the next room to the left, and so we've seen that already. Oh, okay, he still whacks us on the field, even with the badges that we have. Oh no, this just goes down to this area here. That's fine. Nothing though. We know that we've checked the portal room already. We know that we've also checked the next room. We should actually check for star pieces where there was the boat, but I don't think there was anything. We didn't already see. We should check though, just to be diligent. There's a Spoonia room that had the 3 shine sprites. We must have checked it pretty thoroughly. But we're missing so much in the underground that we should be as complete about this as we can manage. So let's just keep going. Yeah, I doubt there will be something here, but we'll check anyway. And nope, nothing. And it'll all spin up a little bit to absolutely no avail. Let's go back then. And we'll just go room by room until we see what happens. Rogueport Underground is vast. There's a lot going on in the subterranean town areas as well that we might not have explored very thoroughly. Okay, so at this point, we'll go room by room. Yeah, this we checked already. And this one, nothing, but I wonder if the... Oh, wow. That was a lot of damage all of a sudden. We might even just pick a fight with somebody just to heal up. With a sweet treat or something. Just spare ourselves a life mushroom. Okay, was there anything in this room that we didn't already know about? Nothing. Yeah, because if we get whacked on the field by something, at this point we'll actually lose the life mushroom. If we get hammered by this guy, so... we have the bump attack though, so we can't actually fight him necessarily. Let's Let's see here. Let's just... Oh, no, he dies immediately. Okay, never mind that. Let's think about this properly. I can also use that in coupon. Just need to remember that I did take off bump attack for the moment. Anything in this room? Well, let's proceed space by space. We've actually checked everything to the right side already. Let's check the town area. Also, we can afford a lot of what's here at this point since we've collected so many. And we have 27. Let me just add quickly to see how many we're missing total, because it's just... that might potentially be helpful information. 10, 14, 18, 23, 29, and 13. That's going to be 42, so we can't be missing that much. I mean, I guess there's chapter 8. But of course, there might just be a ton all over Rogueport. Anyway, we are going to grab some of this incidentally, because I think additional Happy Flower plus Flower Finder might be useful here. At the very least. And other things... Oh, also we can get attack FXY just for a little bit of a change. Because why not? There's an additional Pretty Lucky. Well, actually, we don't even have a Pretty Lucky at all right now. Although we have a much better Lucky Badge, which will eventually be the one that we use. So, I mean, we can buy most of this at this point. It's just we'll prioritize a few things. Not that we have a chance to really fit much of that in. And yeah, let's grab the attack badge and let's switch to it just to see how weird is weird anyway. We'll worry about these later. Yeah, we have so many the happy hearts at this point too. We'll get pretty lucky, I think. We're feeling lucky. Yeah, we can trade again sometime. Let's take a look at... what was I doing? I was about to do something important. Anyway, no, we'll forget about that. Nearby. Nope, can't really get into these slots over here. We just need to explore the town. Do it segment by segment. Once again, we probably do want to replenish health at some point so we don't just burn the life mushroom. Oh yeah, also we can walk down here. I think we had scoped out a lot of this pretty thoroughly, but then we might not have had Mouse in tow last time we came here. So for example, it seems like there's something back here now. Maybe if we turn... Nope. Surely this is something. Also, this guy. You just came out of that tiny room with a door that won't open, huh? How'd you get in there? Does it lead anywhere? I must know. Yeah, we had to pick a fight with a Goomba somewhere at some point. Yeah, because we did check this location pretty thoroughly, and we know that because of the extra badge that we got. It was over the house, right? Not picking up on anything over here. Jam and jelly. Yeah, we checked the left side. Oh, he's got something. Check below. Might still be up top, might also be in this area. Nope, not that close. Something right near us. Okay, interesting. Doesn't react. But we're close. If it's here, it's probably up above us in this zone. Unless there's something sort of at the top of the teleporter here. No, we should check on top. Just head up above. Also, yeah, we never checked... Oh, I think we did check this boy. Yeah, we should get up above there to see if maybe there was something that we were missing when we did actually pick up the Power Plus P there. Because maybe we didn't check the floor there. Let's just run across and see if anything exists. Because the detection seems to indicate it should be right around here, but maybe it's not on this floor after all. Okay, in that case it should be close by here. Not sure about that. Something nearby. Oh, but it was in this area. Okay, yeah, we need to drop down below one additional step. I totally missed that. Or can we? Because I didn't see a way to do it previously. I think we had checked, in fact. Oh, whoops, yeah. Let's jump up here to see if there's anything. Is something to the left? But we don't have a way to get up there. I don't think. Unless it was through the ceiling here, but we couldn't quite see a way to do that. Unless... I mean, there are these open panels. Or so it seems, but... I can't tell from the depth. Those are just lights, I think, but... I can't tell from the depth there whether that's reachable by some other means. Let's think about this. Oh, also, we totally didn't... Yeah, no, what I was going to do was put on this sound badge. That's what it was. Take the other ones off. So we just have something new to experience. I was kind of hoping for the sound team just making the effects with the voices, like with the bonus badge at the end of Super Mario Wonder, but we'll take whatever we get. So anyway, we know that it's something that's on the left side. We notice it's within detection range over here. We don't actually know how to get it. Something right near us. In the building? I guess that would technically count. Yeah, actually that would be within proximity. There we go. There we go, we found it. Yeah, because of the way this room rotates, that's why geometrically it actually is within that territory. Except, of course, there is still something in this zone here as well. Herb teas, be nice. Anyway, let's head out. Nothing more in this area. So I think that was within the detection range of what we were doing just now, which means we should check somewhere else. Well, this is quite the hunt. We should have actually checked the right side here too. I mean, we have been upstairs before, obviously, to drop in accordingly, but more than that, we don't know. This might take some time to sort out. Nope. Oh, interesting that you can get on top of that. I didn't realize that, actually. Not that this just helps us whatsoever. Well, I don't know. This is really something that takes quite an effort to comb through. I think, first of all, let's check the count to see how much we have improved the map in this zone. 76%. So it's going to be 9%-ish, 9 to 8% per star piece, which tells me that there should be 3 more in the Rogueport Underground in total. So we should actually check some other rooms first instead of just combing through this zone here in case the star pieces are located elsewhere. But yeah, we should probably come back to this room if we really don't think we can pick up anything else, because we have found one in this location. Trying to think about what that implies about the total number of pieces. If it was... yeah, it would have been 11 star pieces in total, I think, if I'm thinking about this properly, because then, yeah, you have 3 more. 9 by 11 is 99, so yeah, that kind of approximates to 11 star pieces total in this zone, which means we are missing 3 more. We better cross. Oh no, we've been here though. We know this is nothing. So yeah, maybe it is just 2 more pieces in the next room, unless, of course... let's go down first. Rogueport Underground, though, there's the other side that we can drop into, right? No, we're already technically there. Let's sub level 2. Maybe there's a star piece near the 1,000-year door itself. We haven't actually checked that recently. We should actually check and drop in down below until we have really swept the place. But we know that there's something that Mouse is picking up in the town that we haven't understood just yet. And so that will be worth checking, but we'll check the bottommost level before we do anything else. Yeah, it should be something. We'll run around and try what we can. A lot of open space here, which does suggest that ground pound might give us something interesting. Door's not exactly glowing at us right now. Check behind the pillars. Check behind the door itself. We're not going in yet. Got some cracks around the walls still got to do. It's been a bit of a longer process than I necessarily bargained for. We should check up top, of course, in the glider area. Come on. Nothing here, but... Whoops. Let's get across. Let's see if anything reveals itself. There is an upper level, which we've been to previously, because that's how we found one of the Shun sprites. I may just grab some of the paid hints for the rest, to be honest. So we're not spending quite so much time on this. Because we're getting to the point where everything else is just, you know, sweeping the floor at a very specific level, and I don't know if that's particularly interesting. Yeah, because what else is there to look at? Really? And she doesn't have enough of a detection range here to tell me much more. Maybe somewhere in the middle here. Check behind the steps, did we? We did. Check behind every pillar. Well, I don't know what she's picking up. Well, we'll sweep what we can, and we'll probably go for the hint system at this point, to be honest, because there comes a point where this is not very easily discernible on our own. I guess we're just kind of running around until something happens to stick. Let's sweep room by room just to see which rooms are available. Sadly, there's no pun for the place the 1,000-year door leads to, but for people following England at the Euros, there's some Germans calling that place Geisenkirchen. Yeah. There should be something nearby. Oh, let's actually fight him, because then we're going to sweet treat our way out of our current HP deficit. And then we'll put the bump badge back on after that. Sweet treat, or... yeah, sure, why not? Sweet feast is better, but... well... just get enough replenishment so we just don't die in the open field at this point. I mean, I guess we don't care too much about the star power at this point. It's just that we're not accumulating it since we're not fighting. And we're not likely to level up anytime soon. So we'll just get 4 HP on Mario here. And we'll just bump the rest of them. In fact, this will give me an opportunity to try out some other attacks for damage numbers, perhaps. But let's see here. For example, the Bombast. Did we ever actually use this? I don't know that we did. Maybe we did. But I don't think I ever checked the damage number on it. 9 and 11, yeah, you see? There's your 9-11 right there. You don't know if I've heard of the incident about that place in terms of infrastructure. You might have to remind me. It rings a bell. It rings a bell. Like, I vaguely remember something in connection with it. Alright, let's sweet treat this again. Because we can. 06i, you're saying probably second strongest from Supernova. Oh, you mean in terms of Bobbery's attack? Yeah, because Supernova does 15. Bobbery, I mean, we don't really have much in the way of... Actually, yes, we do. I was about to say we don't have much in the way of Power plus P, but then I realized we have all three plugged in, so... And it's essentially armor piercing as well, right? So it just blows everything up. Let's switch over to Koops for a moment. And just power shell both of these. And I'll get the bump attack back on at this point, unless we figure out what's going on with that missing Goomba. Okay, let's do it. Yeah, we're pretty loaded when it comes to powering up at this point. Let's switch back to mouse just to see if we can scan the area. So yeah, we'll scan every room that looks doable to just try to... I feel like there's definitely something on the top right here, for instance. See if we can reveal star pieces as the priority. Gelsenkirchen is just a very ugly city, essentially Rogueport but without the fun, and you're not even kidding. Yeah, kind of a change from being able to go to, I don't know, Frankfurt or Cologne, I suppose. This little thing here. Oh, this is definitely something. And it might be a Bobbery spot, actually, now that I look at it. Unless it's a high jump spot. I think it's Bobbery spot. No, it's not. It's something else. Let's try it as a high jump spot. Wait, then what is it? What am I missing about this one? Don't recall. Let's see here. Well, she's detecting something. Oh, it might just be the part that we can drop into on the left, or was there... No, hang on. Something I'm forgetting about mechanically. I thought we had revealed something here previously, but maybe I'm thinking of something else. Does Yoshi give me anything? Bobbery doesn't. High jump doesn't. Ground pound doesn't. Yeah, we of course did follow England's match with Slovakia this week. That was a sustained experience in dread. Where does this go? That was his own transition, right? Let me take a look here. Oh yeah, that was Bogley Woods. What do we do with this spot here then? Unless it was just in proximity to... Yeah, I thought we had revealed something there. It's such a conspicuous location. We must have done something with it. Okay, still within range of something here. Oh, there we go. %. Yeah, we're missing just 2. We knew that. So we'll go room by room. We do have two rooms identified as rooms that have something in them that we haven't picked up yet. One being the 1,000-Year Door room itself. So let's head back out. And yeah, we'll drop into this location top here. I think there must be something. Looks awfully suspicious. Nothing. Well, let's check this side too. And maybe take... Well, the glider's not going to get you anything at this point. Let's check the adjoining room to see if it's regarded as being the same as this room, perhaps. Or perhaps here. We'll check. Just so many things throwing off her scent. Okay, so there is something. Maybe behind a chest? Or is it a stomp? If it's a stomp, it would be in this side. Right near us. Not that near us. Probably this bit of floor out front. There we go. Okay, one more to go in Rogueport Underground. So it's probably in the 1,000-Year Door room, but if we don't find it, we'll do Rogueport first and then just rely on the hint system for the rest, even though we haven't had to so far. And yeah, nothing more in this area, right? Yes, there is. Something nearby. I mean, I guess we should check for it, but could be anything, really. And again, it's not equivalent to whatever's back here. Because there is a zone transition. Something nearby. Oh, she's got something. There's got to be a panel. Because there's nothing else here that really could be. Well, she's got something. Oh, interesting. Pretty lucky. Well, I guess I was pretty lucky. Yeah, so we definitely missed hidden badges in a couple of different locations, but not that we have the points for it at this point. So we would just want to stack tons and tons of luck for dodges. Which might not even be a bad idea. So yeah, let's try the 1,000-Year Door room again, because, again, we're just missing one thing at this point. It's very difficult to discern where that might be. It did seem like we had checked most of this area. It's just that her range is not very good at all. And there's a little bit of a delay too, where you have to stop in a location before she really sniffs it out properly. So you could just walk past it too quickly, for instance, and not pick up on whatever she needs. And okay. the way I think about, since we're just kind of grinding away at this and semi-attentively, the way I would describe England's match with Slovakia is this: that someday, in a not so distant future, people will start to become curious about this goal at the 95th minute by Jude Bellingham that is going to be one of those, is already kind of establishing itself as one of those iconic moments in the history of English football. And people will be curious and to look into the game that it came from and the specific match in which it originated. And all I will say is I feel sorry for anybody who does decide to follow through with that and put themselves through the 95 minutes proceeding. I would feel sorry for them. But anyway, what happened, happened. And we still haven't found a star piece, so, or even if it is a star piece, it might not be. I don't know that we've left any rooms unexplored in the underground, though. There's this room and there's the town, and either of them might have something. Either of them still has some kind of hidden object or item or something that we have to deal with, but Miss Mouse is not picking up anything within range, or at least I'm just not walking close enough to anything without having to sweep it completely. I think we might just go up to Rogueport Surface and then use the hint system for the rest, because this is not really a good use of time. We had to use the hint system specifically for this shine sprite that was here, actually. This was the only thing that we needed to use it for. It was the one that was up in this location somewhere. So I guess it's somewhat poetic that we might have to reveal yet another item in the same spot. Because, yeah, she's not detecting anything relevant right now. Maybe it's something in a central circle? No, not really. And of course, we don't want to go through the door yet. That's the other thing. Kind of want to check Bobbery against the wall here, but then it doesn't make a lot of sense because it only started cracking when the 1,000-year door opened up. And so, yeah, it didn't make any sense to do so. Yeah, we're just missing one star piece in the underground, so I really wouldn't feel bad about taking a hint for it. So let's just go back up to the surface, I think, at this point. Yeah, there's the town. There's... Oh, we already checked the spike shield room, right? Yeah, I think we did. Let's just head back up. And again, we have to keep an eye out for whichever Goomba fight it was that may or may not be doable. I'll teach you something. How about that? There are ruins beneath us. You can go down there and find these pipes and that. Yeah. Fine, Mr. Brilliant. I'll have a better tip next time. What's this one's name again? Okay, local Goomba, so not somebody important. We will, of course, check for the Wario badge because we haven't actually looked at that yet. RDM extra issue. Ooh. Aha! Look at that. This is something new. This must be that number 133. What lies in the pit of 100 trials? Fabled creatures spotted. I wonder what triggers the delivery, incidentally. I guess you would have to clear the pit once because, you know, you already know about the evil dragon. Early this morning, we received a report that a mysterious creature has taken up residence deep within the pit of 100 trials, already rumored to be a lair of an evil dragon. Part of it looked like a certain creature said to be extinct. Call upon our readers to send in any additional information you might have should you encounter it. To any brave readers that wish to test their skills in a pit of 100 trials, careful preparation is a must. To any good little children who might be reading this, yeah, don't tell your parents. Wario emblem. Okay, we'll finally get it. We might even use it for once. I used to put in Waluigi on a fairly regular basis. But we'll just do Wario, I think. We haven't changed costume, really. All game. I guess technically the typical channel point reward that we have for Mario Maker applies to this too, and to the sound effects for that matter. Anyway, what were we doing? There is something, of course there is, because it's Rogueport and we've barely found anything. I'm looking for this guy who defrauded you with a fake credit card. Yeah. Well, could be anything here, given how big Rogueport really is, and how everything in Mouse's detection range is regarded as continuous with the interior spaces. I don't know that we'll be able to get the rest without the hint system. It's a little too much to deal with at this point. You ever check back here? Yeah, she's not picking up on anything anyhow. Lovely house over here. Is there anything new? Nope. Not even remotely. Everything is just sold out. This is Reformer HQ, of course. And there's Zesty's house as well. Oh, something. Right back here, bucket. Could just be an ingredient or something, but we'll check. There's definitely something in this area. It might be behind the house, though. Because it's entirely possible that she's picking up on something behind the house as being within range, and we should check that first. And currently at 38% in Rogueport, so wanted to see. Is she picking up anything important here? Right near us. Well, there we go. Okay, now let's see how many percentage points we are down by in the map. 44%. So that's going to be 6%-ish per piece. It's probably closer to the 6.25 if it's dividing evenly. Yeah, because you'll have another 6 there for 50. 16 pieces total in Rogueport. That means at the 50% mark, you've got 8 pieces. You've got 9 remaining star pieces here. That seems to track with the total amount that we saw earlier, where we had 42 over 27, because at the time we were missing about 15 or so. Yeah, so we're missing 9 here, and we're missing 1 in the underground. So 9 more pieces in Rogueport proper. Listen, this is a huge secret. I hang out in this thieves' den because I'm a wanted Goomba. It's not like I stole money from my parents and got kicked out or anything. I guess not. Well, let's see what else is going on here. I haven't actually spent that much time in Rogueport lately. Should be something nearby. Not that nearby. Okay. I mean, this is such a big area that, you know, anything really qualifies. Like, even the front and the back sort of qualify as a single continuous space. Which means that's going to be especially difficult to figure out what it is that Mouse is scenting here. So let's go back up to the docks then, because that might be a space worth checking. Because of course there's going to be something. Oh. Looks like she picked up on something. Okay, there's one. Nothing here, good. Yeah, because if I'm not mistaken, this should get us up to 50. So 8 pieces remaining in Rogueport. Nothing else at the docks. Yeah, it's going to be a full stream to sweep this place. I think this is continuous with the hideout location. I don't think it's a zone transition or anything, so there's going to be nothing else for Mouse to detect. Yeah, we've already checked that thoroughly. So the main area has some unknown number of stars. We'll check everything else first just to reduce the problem as much as we can, as conveniently as we can. Okay, so at this point, we'll just go zone by zone. Of course, there's something. I don't know that we've checked this very thoroughly either. Oops. Darkly likes dim places, yep. And we can come up here if we want. Oh, she's got something. We'll check up there. I mean, we're kind of on the backside of something, probably at the rooftops, so we'll check that location first. So behind there somewhere. We should also check inside the houses just in case, but I don't think there'll be anything remaining. I was wondering if she's within the detection range of something outside the house. But let's proceed. Yep, Frankly's out of office for once. I mean, we do know where the rooftop location is at this point. We just need to get up there. And of course, this was just a drop location, so nothing to see up here. What is that box here anyway? It looks like a block game or something. Anyway. Yeah, we'll make it upstairs in a moment. I doubt the Trouble Center has anything at this point, but available trouble requests. Yeah, we've seen everything. We're not having any trouble. In a very literal sense. Oops. What's this? Look at the board if you want to accept a trouble request, will you? Nope, we're fine. Okay, let's go back here first. Something right near us. Anything here? Yeah, very difficult to see where those relevant floor panels are, unless there's something in here. Right near us. I mean, oh, there we go. And of course, because this entire zone is contiguous, there's still more detection to be done. Pierre, the unemployed slacker. Decided to quit thieving, but you still really want to hang out with Ishmael. If I'm not going to be a thief, I have to do something else for him. Dumb's a funny word. I guess it is. Yeah, Chumpley, huh? What is that? You went to the moon? Like your stories and all, but this is too much. Did you conquer Melon? I guess we did. Heard you're trying to save your girl. Here, I thought you were just a randomly violent guy full of pent-up anger. It takes more big muscles to be a big man. You've got to have a big heart. Tried a happy heart, but badge. Yeah, like I said, at some point we have to figure out what that missing fight is. I really feel like it's going to be some kind of Goomba fight that you can trigger in Rogueport. But I could be wrong. We should also check the left side in that space just now. Yeah, nothing else is accessible by boat here, so not going to be any of that. It's going to be something up in the rooftops. Let's get Dupless out here. And just run a bit of a check in this location too. A whole lot of nothing. So yeah, it's going to be some kind of rooftop excursion, so we'll do that next for sure. Oops, come on. Pearl. There we go. Maybe not like that. Actually, yeah, no, you can't actually climb that way. Let me just try to recall how to do that. Yeah, no, we go from the right side. Here. Or rather, we will once we cross, but let's check this room first. Here in the bunks, there's something right near us. And B-Man is the white Yoshi is funny. You got a green one? Yeah. This is my first time getting the white color. We're just doing a not quite post-game, but late games collectible sweep right now. I'm just filling in the art gallery. I don't know how far you are at this point. Might be on top, actually. We'll check on top of the building. Let's try it. Hopefully it doesn't spoil you too much to see who's in the party. Okay, probably something to hit. Yeah, there we go. In Chapter 4, you're mostly listening while you play another game. Yeah, that works. Oh, and we can drop back here, which means we could potentially drop on top of the barrel. Not that it's useful. But yeah, we've got the last chapter remaining, which I will not really be starting today. And in the meantime, I'm just doing the necessary collectibles mop-up. I originally wasn't sure whether we would do it on stream because it was uncertain to be interesting, but we have been finding a few things along the way, so making a couple of interesting discoveries. Okay, so we know there's going to be something up here because we did previously sniff something out. Did I ever really interact with this one? Oh yeah, this is the one who tells us tales. Oh, okay, yeah, we actually have more stories. That's a lot of stories, actually. Wow, I actually didn't realize there was so much. Well, maybe we can... Yeah, we can read some of this as we go. I don't think I ever really found nearly this much. So... we might just go through it all, because we did read some of this previously, but I just want to look at a couple of stars first. We might finish with that today if we mop up the gallery beforehand. Then I'll try to remember to come back and talk to this guy and fill in the rest of the lore. We already checked this area before, but we didn't really check down here necessarily. This is symmetrical with this side. Yeah, we know there was... oh, we know there was something here. Or at least there was. There isn't anymore. So whatever it was here, we've already taken it. So yeah, maybe nothing after all. There's still something in this zone. Well, I think we should go for the low-hanging fruit first. Let's just go back to the left side of town, perhaps. The west side. After we do maybe one more sweep here, just to be perfectly diligent about it. But yeah, the thing is, you know, the range of our scent really doesn't tell us much at all nowadays in this area that we've been exploring. Yeah, it's not that likely to find something. We should check... hang on. Near the pipes, too. I think we're definitely going to require a bit of an intervention from the hint system soon enough. Won't run us too much in terms of cost, of course, since we only have a few pieces remaining. So let's see it. When I got the hint, the one and only time that we've done it with the last remaining shine sprite, it was actually more specific than I thought it would be. It just gives you the location. It doesn't give you a clue. It just gives you the place. So I don't know if it's going to be that transparent about it similarly when it comes to the star pieces, but I would assume so. Who's this one again? Oh, refreshing. Never tired gazing at a fountain. Again, I'm looking to pick a fight with... Oh, Gumez. Gumez. Potentially he fits alphabetically. I wonder if we can pick a fight with him somehow. Like if we blow up the fountain or something. Because he kind of fits, right? I mean, we're looking for somebody like that. Like somebody who's a Goomba, but who has a unique name and who alphabetically comes after the word Goomba. Here's what we know about number 10. Number 10 is almost certainly a Goomba, just given the categorization here by type. Or by number. Number 10 is either in, well, various locations, I guess, or in Rogueport. Probably various locations, if you think of it this way. Various locations. So yeah, some kind of rare Goomba. Number 10 is also going to be after G. Maybe it's a Goomba variant that's going to be in Chapter 8. Like, Gumez would obviously fit this. Goomther would also fit. Like, some Goom that is named Goom would fit. If it is a named character and not just a Goomba variation by a slightly different name. Or, for that matter, a green something else. Which would also fit. Like a green fuzzing... It's a green something that precedes Fuzzy. Like green Dupless, or green Bullet Bill, or green Chain Chomp, or whatever. It's not going to be those, because it's going to be something that has various locations, but you get the idea. Anyway, let's get back to the rather mindless treasure hunt. Happy Lucky Lottery. We actually haven't played the lottery at all. I don't think so, anyway. Oh, we played it like once. If your number matches the day's draw, you get a super happy lucky prize. I'm going to say midnight according to your clock at home. Oh. Yeah, that's right. So we're not going to grind this out unless there's... Well, I mean, we're not going to grind this out. That does not seem worthwhile. Ooh, okay. Lucky shot over here. We did find something that is immediately accessible. Oh, there's a star piece. There we go. It even reveals it on the camera. Very convenient. There's still something in this zone. Not here, there isn't. I mean, we'll check the houses to some extent. We'll check back here too, just in case there's anything in the area. We might as well rule it out if there isn't. There is something. There's something everywhere. That's Rogueport for you. Treasure everywhere. Very lucky hit that time. And there's still something. I can't imagine there are more star pieces though in the exact same zone, but we'll make a move first. We'll say yes, but I'm not actually going to take the flight. I just need him to move. Anything? Yes. Yeah, there's another one. So let's take a look at the count here because we've reduced it quite a bit. Missing 23%. It's about 6.2 per piece. So far as I was calculating, I might be a little bit off. That should mean we're missing... I might have miscalculated. Oh yeah, no, we said there were what 11 pieces total, or I don't remember. I think I calculated there were like 16 pieces total, but that was just a rough estimate because it's a rounded number anyway, right? So let's say it's 24% remaining, roughly. 23% remaining. I guess we started at 69, or not 69, 38 earlier, so we've completed double that, 39%, so 38.5, 38.5. Wait, how does that add up accurately? Not quite. Well, anyway, it's a round number, so something went off of my calculation along the way. We're missing a few pieces, regardless, and we'll look for them. But we've reduced it by enough at this point that I don't feel bad about dropping hints on the rest. Yeah, 06i, you just encountered 2 amazing daisies in a pit. Yeah, we had a couple of fights where we had double amazing daisy. I did have to let one go in one particular fight, but we had a few fights where we just blasted them all. Which is why we ended up in level 32, by the way. When I went down into pit, I would think it was like 25 or 26 or something. And we came out of the pit at 31. Almost entirely because of the amazing daisies in the lower floors. No disadvantage to just dropping supernova on them, obviously. Because you just know you're going to level up from them if you encounter so many at once, so... We can check inside the parlor. Might be something. Don Piano. Oh yeah, by the way, there are more badges here we'll collect eventually when we want to trade in winnings for that. If we do kind of want a true 100%, obviously we want to buy everything we can when it comes to additional badges so we can, you know, stack the power ones like crazy. I wonder... I'm not even clear that these are limited. I thought we had already bought the power smash off of this, unless I'm thinking of somewhere else. So yeah, you can just stack tons and tons of attacks. If you really want to be a specialist. Maybe. I'm not sure if that's actually repeatable. But... yeah, so we're missing 3 or 4 pieces. Because I said when we... were at... yeah, we had about 8 pieces remaining. We found 4 or 5 of them. Yeah, let's think about that. Because maybe there were 18 pieces total in Rogueport. I'm just kind of mentally figuring out whether that makes sense. And then we'd be missing maybe 4 of them on the surface still. And 1 in the underground. We already checked the side room over here a while ago. We'll check it again. Yeah, because there was a shine sprite over here previously, I think. I don't think there's another way out. Let's get Woody to roll back out. Something nearby? Not really. Got out of bed for the first while and completely forgot just how blue the sky can be. Yeah, I usually forget that too. Even in sunny Rogueport over here, no matter how much money I have, I'll never be able to buy that blue sky. Well, says you. It's giving me insight into how I can use the endless sums of money I have. And what's he still doing in Rogueport? Yeah, so this goes down below. Should be something nearby. Yep. Well, we're not detecting anything here necessarily. Gazing at the fountain. I don't think we can really do anything with the fountain. Nope, it's just there. I mean, Flurry is very situational, and her interactions are pretty easy to see visually, so it's not going to be anything over there. Yeah, we had checked the individual houses. We checked the Pianta Parlor. What we had not checked yet is Don Pianta's office. Because that's still technically within the same zone. And there might be something. Yeah, this is all one continuous environment, so... Will she pick up on something? Honey Biscuit and me, Francesca and me will keep the syndicate strong, yeah. That they will. But it would be nice if we could see where some of the star pieces are in the meantime. He's not sniffing anything out right now, so... Yeah, we're probably going to use the hint room for the last 4 or 5. Just a little bit too much searching at this point. And it seems like we've reduced the problem by quite a bit. And we'll read that fellow's stories on the rooftops to finish, perhaps. Once we get to that point today. Let me just check in here one more time. This kid here. You would have asked your brother sooner. Which one is your brother? I'll just have to play with him that much more from now on. Yeah, good idea. Well, she's detecting something. I just don't know what she's detecting because the zone's too big. I think we're going to drop below and get up the hint room. I think we put in a fairly valiant effort. I really don't mind at this point. We do things up to the level of our interest. Maybe there's some other rumors to buy into at the same time as well. So, yeah, let's grab the hints for the rest. Like I said, currently we are sitting at 92% here, which means one more piece. 77% here. I think it was about maybe 5 or so. Trying to mentally divide here by the estimate that I had for how many pieces there were in total. And that's all we're missing. Other than that, we'll have Rogueport. So let's just talk and do business. Yeah, it only costs 5 apiece. So, and I wonder if there's any repetition. I don't think there is, because actually the hints get logged nowadays, right? Like they get logged in the notes. So there probably won't even be any redundancy if we just spend 25 here and grab 5 hints. I just remembered that it actually does log everything nowadays. Anyway, Cabra-da-abra, hullabaloo. Paka-pooka-peekaboo. Stars, show me what I seek. We might skip the scene for further requests, but we'll watch it once. I see a star piece. West Rogueport, there's a wall along the path that leads to the square. Hiding in a shade on the right side of the wall. Okay, it's one of these that's just tucked out of the way that we might have just run into on any given day. We'll do a few more of these and we'll skip the scene this time. I'm eager to just mop up the rest at this point, so I feel like we put in a decent amount of effort for the search and that it will suffice. Rogueport Square, just before the exit of Rogueport Harbor. And yeah, it's another panel that we just ran over without mouse detecting it. I knew it would be something like that. It's just that, you know, we're not going to comb over every little room at this point. It was clearly somewhere in that space, we just couldn't pick it up with mouse when I was running around, so a little bit of corroboration doesn't hurt. Typically we try not to rely on systems like these, but that's okay. Far below Rogueport, in the Great Doors room, they're in the vast open area before the door. That's what we checked. Also, have a strange panel that flips when you spin jump near it. That doesn't help at all. That's what we were looking for. I knew it was there. We ran around everywhere in front of the door to try to spin jump. We just have to basically pixel hunt it. So we tried it. We just couldn't find it. Anyway. Star Piece. West Rogueport in front of the door to Pianta Parlor. We checked that too. We checked exactly that too. It's more spin jump panels. And yeah, we just couldn't find a thing. And then it's going to give us Star Piece, East Rogueport, just in front of the Goomba Archaeologist's house. And yeah, it's just flip panels everywhere. And I think 5 more is probably all we need. Let me just check. It seems I've told you all I can on what I can related to that topic. So yeah, we checked all these relevant spots. It's just that we couldn't find a panel. That's all it was. So this didn't... I'm kind of glad in the sense that this didn't tell us anything new or surprising that I didn't already think about, but at the same time, it just tells us that we were hunting in the right location and we just didn't walk over to the right spot. Because it's just not much of a detection range on this mouse at all. Guess it makes a certain amount of sense for the one at the door to be last. Anyway, Pianta Parlor. By the door to Pianta Parlor. Yeah, this was just at this spot and we just didn't find it. Maybe it's by one of the puddles. Okay, in front of the door here. Yeah, we really had to just basically check square by square until we got it. Because mouse wasn't squeaking all that hard here. Now, we were told about another one that was in this location. West Rogueport. Wall along the path that leads to the square. Like back here? Yeah. Well, we didn't get within range for mouse to pick that up either. And we walked all around here. We just maybe didn't hold still enough for her to sniff that out. Rogueport Square going towards the harbor. It's gotta be right in front here. Oh, exactly in front. So yeah, we just passed it over and over because if you are walking continuously, mouse doesn't sniff it. And we know there's one in the east and one down below for the door, and that'll be it. Outside of Professor's house. Oh, now she's going to sniff it out. There we go. Okay, that saved us a lot of time. Let's head down to the door. Yeah, grab the last one. Yeah, we'll likely run this as a short stream today and do a continuous run through the final chapter next time. Likely tomorrow. I think that'll be an adequate way to split things up. Okay, so we have to pixel hunt the location in front of the 1,000-year door now, which I thought we had done, but maybe it's right in front of the door without going in. I mean, what does the hint say specifically? In the vast open area before the door. Yeah, that doesn't help at all. So you need to kind of walk square by square. Well, we could be here a while, given that I had already come over this way. I mean, generally they're in kind of elegant and symmetrical locations. There we go. Like I was saying, generally in elegant and symmetrical locations. Anyway, that is it for the art gallery up to this point. I'm sure there's a Chapter 8 gallery as well, but we'll get there. I don't remember if there were more star pieces buried there. We have to check the shop. I think there are, given the total count. But what we'll do is we'll check the shop count. And yeah, this require us to go back up to town here without getting whacked too hard by Magic Cuban missiles. Let's just get back up to the town level. Also, at this point, we're free to just switch back to Dupless. Unless we're going for some of the hidden badges or items like we've detected in the town. Okay. At this point, let's see how much we can afford just to count this up. 28 points. Does that account for the rest? It's 6, 10, 15, an additional 13. Yeah, so I think there are no more star pieces in the Palace of Shadow, as far as I recall, because we can afford everything at this point. So Chapter 8, the gallery, will be maybe just from completion. So let's grab the rest. Let's just buy everything. Let's trade more. Yeah, sure. I'll just buy him out. Not that we're ever using most of this. At level 32, I kind of wonder if Bump Attack will just get me through some enemies in Chapter 8 as well. We don't want to do that because, of course, we want to fill in the Tatalog. Speaking of Tatalog, we still don't have that number 10. We need to deal with that somehow. Maybe we can trade again sometime? Not anymore. We've got nothing. I'm all out of badges. I'm sorry, guy. Okay, so let's sort all of this by BP. And yeah, at the end of this, we'll take Bump Attack off and then replace it with something else. Probably, I mean, Lucky Start might be fun, because we never really use much like that. Flower Finder is definitely very good as well. And a second Happy Flower might also work if we want to combine it with a one-pointer like, I don't know, Super Appeal P or something. Or something else that might be appealing, or like multi-bounce, or Something to that effect. I mean, you know, we can always reconfigure some of the power smashes as well, but I kind of like having those double stacked. Okay, at this point, we're going to go up to the rooftop and then read all of that guy's stories. And we might have a little browse of the art gallery, and we'll just kind of have a bit of a relaxed, mostly non-combat day today. And tackle the palace tomorrow, in all likelihood. Let's head up there and do a bit of reading. This is something else I don't remember having done in the original. Back when I played it. But of course it was so long ago. Anything else that we want to buy up here? I mean, we never use Timing Tutor or have a reason for doing so, but we might as well just pick it up. We have gold, so... The coins, rather. I don't know why I'm calling it gold. But yeah, we might as well plug that in and also just sort things properly again. Okay, so at this point, what were we doing? Rooftops, that's right. Also, we can just ride. And up we go. Okay, let's have a listen to what's this fellow's name anyway. Let's just do a quick tattle here. That guy's name is Grifty. He's a laid-back rooftop minstrel type guy. He tends to know all of the stories that get passed around Rogueport streets. For a couple coins, he'll tell you one, and you never know. It might help on our travels. Alright, let's listen. What's Goombella, in fact? That's best. So... The Crystal Stars. Dragons and Dungeons, in some order. Yeah, we'll read all of the ones that we haven't done so far. In order to increase his already formidable power, the demon created crystal stars to hold the essence of the heavens. These stars were scattered across the land the better to exert the demon's influence. One of the castles built to contain these stars still stands near Petal Meadows. Rather like the Bard's soundtrack here too as well. Dragons and Dungeons. Actually, the fact that we're kind of unlocking some of this out of order makes me wonder what it depends on for the unlock. Whether it was partly a result of star pieces that we collected or anything else like that that affected the fact that these stories are being revealed in a non-linear order. The demon built a dungeon near its palace and filled it with terrifying monsters. All those who fell into this favor were thrown into this dungeon to rot. Yeah, this is the bit of 100 Trials, I guess. Yea, and a demon also had 3 dragon pets. Hooktail, Gloomtail, and Bonetail. So it actually just tells you about Gloomtail in advance, I guess. And that... I guess hence the affiliation. They're not just an independent set of dragon sisters or anything. These dragons flew across the land, spreading fear and sorrow over all. The dragon's remains have never been found, and even now some nervously wonder if they still live. Yeah, there's a lot of background here that we didn't know. So yeah, we'll read about all of this. The power of the world-devouring demon was greater than any could imagine. But the wise Goomba soon realized that this was the power of the crystal stars. She thought of a way to take the stars and use them against the demon. She told the other heroes her plan and set it in motion, banishing their fears. The Boo's magic and a Toad's strength created a gap in a demon's defenses. At that moment, the brave Koopa seized the stars and succeeded in badly damaging the demon. But even the brave Koopa's stroke was not enough to end the demon's reign. The wise Goomba thought of another use for the crystal stars in that dire hour. She suggested sealing the demon forever with the crystal stars. All agreed. I guess they'll just deal with that problem in 1,000 years. The heroes matched their strengths with the power of the crystal stars, and they successfully sealed the demon's soul within the deepest part of the palace. Together, they made it so that only all 7 stars could break the seal. The 4 heroes thought they had sealed away the demon and all of its powers. The demon used a tiny opening before the seal was complete to curse them all. I guess that's how they all got paper powers. While holding the crystal stars, they'd feel nothing, but when they let them go, a black chest would appear to seal their souls within. So that's the lore behind the paper abilities. The 4 heroes traveled the world, scattering the stars so the seal would remain. But the last 4 stars each carried the curse which claimed each hero. So there's one for the airplane, one for the boat, one for rolling around, and one for crumpling up for the high jump, I guess. What a grim fate that is. The hiding places of many of the crystal stars have now faded into legend. But some say that the wise Goomba hid one in the great tree. At that time, many monsters wandered in the nearby Boggly Woods. The tiny punies living in the woods were constantly tormented by the fierce monsters. Pitying them, the Goomba hollowed out the great tree for the punies to live in. The punies were so grateful that they swore to protect the crystal star there. Once the Boo heroine hid her star in a steeple, she was trapped in a nearby town. Yeah, I guess it makes sense that that's where the Boo would go. Some say the crystal star lies in that steeple still. Given that it's not telling us anything about the one that ends up in the Glitz Pit, I wonder if there are still more stories we can unlock. Well, of course, some of the crystal stars are just not associated with the 4 heroes, I guess, since there are 7 of them to go around. The Koopa hero went to a southern isle to hide a star where none could find it. But the Koopa was so tired from his journey that the pirate Cortez stole it easily. In that very instant, the brave Koopa was trapped in an inescapable chest. But Cortez did not realize the power of the star and lost it among his treasures. Yeah, that's the one with the boat power. The strong Toad held his star and continued his arduous journey. But eventually the miles took their toll upon him and he collapsed. A traveling healer happened by and saved his life. But the Toad knew his fate was to be trapped in a chest when the star was gone. So he asked his healer to hide the star in a secret place known to no one. After the demon was sealed within the Palace of Shadow, many refused to come near that place of terror. But as years passed, entire generations forgot, and the penniless and the immoral began to congregate in this once barren place. This place soon became a populous harbor, the town of Rogueport. And some even began to say that the underground city held a legendary treasure, but they were unaware that a demon slept beneath them still. The heroes knew that the seal might last forever, and they sought to make the crystal stars available to one who might need them. So before going to their individual dooms, they made a map to all these stars. And to prevent an evil force from misusing this map, they placed it in a box that could only be opened by the pure of heart. And that gets us to the present day. Okay, so what we'll do as our last act today, first of all, we're just going to manage the inventory for a moment. I mean, I guess we could spend it in coupon to get 1 FP back, but no, I really don't think it's worth it. Let's just put things away. Yeah, I guess we'll reduce to 16 out of 20 and keep a bunch of shooting stars and mushroom roast and so on. We really don't need this many life mushrooms, I don't think, but you never know, so... disasters can happen, potentially, depending on the damage numbers that are going to be incoming. Don't know if there's anything in particular we want from the Pianta Parlor. Other than more cake mix or something. But we'll mess around with that at some other point. We're going to go down to the 1,000-year door. And at that point, we're going to maybe take a peek at the art gallery since we unlocked everything so far. Unless we want to save that for a post-game. But we have a little time today. Right? Let's do that and kind of take that as the reward we were really going for collecting everything along the way. Speaking of which... yeah, we should just pop the nearest save block. I'm not going to go through the door today, but we are going to go through it next time. So let me just check here. I think maybe the closest one will just be the Pit of 100 Trials, so we'll do that. And then we'll just drop directly over to 1,000-year door next time to properly commence the final chapter. Let's just dock ourselves in the correct place and punch that save block in just a moment. And let's take a look at the gallery content. So we have the art gallery and the sound gallery. Sound gallery, we collected everything here as well, which is great. But yeah, let's just go through some of the artwork. And I usually like to do this post-game, but you know, we'll do it as, you know, like I said, the actual reward for the star pieces today and just see how things look. Because I really liked how much concept art was shared in Origami King. I remember we had a great time just browsing that gallery at the end of that game. And we actually get to zoom in on some of these pieces as well and stare at them closely. I guess this would be the artwork for the remake entirely. Yeah, this is just the intro with Mario and the ship. And you get to see some close-ups of the flower designs, which is neat. As well as, frankly, the office. Yeah, a lot of it is just set design here. Got a panoramic image of how this is going to look. And yeah, familiar with these locations. And then you've got the rather rejuvenated stage design over here as well. And okay, here we have some sketches of how lovely everything looks in town. I wondered, yeah, so these are sketches from 2003. So this was concept art from the original game, not from the remake. I wonder if that's, yeah, I mean, these are definitely shots from planning the remake, I'm pretty sure, but when you... I think so, anyway. I'm actually not entirely sure, but these look remake specific. And yeah, but this is definitely from the original plan for Rogueport. Definitely a washer sector to the bottom left over here. And yeah, back alleys all over the place. You can kind of see Goombella in the bottom middle sketch. These are from 2003. And look at these designs for all the various NPCs, as well as for the fish that chomps away at Mario when he takes a dive. You know, it's sort of interesting to look at this knowing that Paper Mario 64 at this time already existed as a visual reference, that they were nevertheless doing a couple of different sketches for the way that Mario would pose in the animations. Looks like Color Splash Rogue Port, really. Anyway, that's Rogue Port for you. Let's take a look at Chapter 1. I kind of wish there were, some actual captions with this to give you a little bit more information, but that's okay. We'll take a look at this. So we've got a lot of the assets for Chapter 1 over here. Again, some of this is remake material, as they also figured out some of the assets here for not only the Peach fan, but also the family photos inside Coop's house. This is, I guess, the first that you've seen of Coop's mother, right? If I'm not mistaken. Grodus' room is one of the only times you can see the fish roaming around the water. Yes, that's right. That's right. Instead of just chomping away at you. I didn't really think about it at the time, but now that you mentioned it, yeah, we totally did pick up on that. You can see some of the lovely new lighting and stage designs over here to integrate the new stage backgrounds with the actual scene backgrounds. Quite a lot done with that all over the remake. There's Hooktail Castle and the sort of initial 3D model for it on the right. Also, it's funny how there's a chomp in the outside bath of a Washington Heights house. Yeah, it's kind of like in Link's Awakening. That's what it is. Because that was one of the early appearances of the chomp just being the attack dog that sits outside, right? It's exactly like Link's Awakening, in fact. And the use of the chomp there. Sort of interesting how you can see the way that the lighting over the big central column of Hooktail Castle is done here. That, I mean, we scroll through the room and only see it piece by piece, but you can kind of see the way that it's lit from above, and that gentle gradient that you wouldn't necessarily appreciate when you just go up floor by floor. And yeah, the reflections on the surface and everything looking lovely as well. And the various assets here, the stairs, the blocks, Hooktail's room itself. And this is going back to some of the original artwork, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, because this tells you what the initial sketch was for Petalburg. Interesting, the sort of verticality of the design that you see on the top right. And I always had this concept for Petalburg having these cute little bridges over the water. Reminds me of some villages I've been to in the Cotswolds in west of England. And then over here, then you see Hooktail kind of fluttering around the castle. The castle deep in the background. Lots of different castle designs over here, as you can see, with various architectural styles. And including how far offset is going to be if it's, across this perilous pathway along the coast. Here's Hooktail herself. These designs from 2002, if you take a look at the image closely. I don't know if it's very visible at the resolution at which I'm streaming, but you can definitely see the dates for October 2002 in some of these sketches. You can also see that Hooktail. Oh, and yeah, you've got Koopy Koo here as well. Look at the Koopy Koo design. down here. And then Coop's, kind of a different proportion to him, but, you can see that his design really sort of stuck as is for some time. I suppose a snorkel might have been, I don't know if he planned to swim in Kirby form or something. You can see that the concept of the shell being like an adventure backpack is there as well in the bottom right. Yeah, Hooktail always had this kind of sleek feminine design, even though, she was much less explicitly specified. Well, she was kind of minimally specified as a girl in the original, as I was reminded. But definitely becomes much more visible in the final design. But always had this kind of very slender look to her. Anyway, more assets for the entry point here. And then, yeah, we've scrolled through all this. Loop around all that. Okay. Lovely Boggly Woods. You can see, yeah, there's kind of like a lighting demonstration of it, I guess. Oh, look at that. Is that a photograph of paper cutouts of... because are these... These look like models that are actual paper cutouts that they did as they prototype on a desk for how they would get it to look and how they would really kind of take the papercraft to look all the way to the design of a tree itself to, make it look like a tree that was actually kind of very delicately sculpted. That's very nice. I always love looking at development materials like this that are physically modeled. And as you can see, this is how they do the 3D render for the trunk itself to translate what they have here. I know from other games that Nintendo does lots of physical model work when they prototype. Let's see. This is, of course, Flurry's lovely palatial residence. You can see a couple of changes in the lighting design between the two images here, as well as the furnishings that she has. And yeah, this is what some of the other spaces look like. So this is getting back into some of the original artwork. For the door here, it doesn't quite explicitly say secret entrance at this point just yet, but at least it's not so visible in the image. Sort of interesting how very curvy this design looks like right from the beginning. And yeah, some of these you can see it's labeled stage 2. And so that's what the destination for Boggly Woods and Great Tree would be. And you can see that the peonies are very visible in the big bottom left image here. They're sitting on a tree with that initial design. And that the idea of the tree kind of being built into a wall was, or built into some other structure, was much more visible there. But lots of different ideas for the trees anyway. But anyway, here's the development of the peony design as well as the Shadow Sirens, or 3 Shadows as they are now known. Sort of interesting how much more distinctive in terms of body shape and silhouette the final look for the 3 Shadows is, whereas they're kind of much more alike if you look at the bottom right designs. Where, well, now they all end up with their eyes covered, but as you can see, that was not initially the case. And they tried them with one eye in some sense in the bottom right before going with the final design here. I think they went with something quite elegant for the final peony design, but you can see with some of the other ones that there's the kind of pigment likeness was always sort of in there, but it was very simplified in some ways to kind of reduce the eyes just to, well, the eyes on top of the little bulb there. But I think they converged on something quite lovely for those. So yeah, that's back to the beginning here. So let's take a look at chapter 3. And let's take a look at the Glitz Pit. Oolong Town. That's interesting. I wonder if that's a... I mean, this is a model. I wonder if that's for a different location, like a different localization. Because Glitzville is something specifically English. So I wonder if Oolong Town already appears in a different localization. Somebody would know this, I'm sure. This is just the redesigned, lovely blimp design here, where they kind of really try to nail that picographic look. I think some of this must be photographs of physical models that they were using for the prototyping to kind of get the proper texture going. As far as I can tell, it does look like that. Then you have the shop, the cafe over here with that very distinctive circular Japanese shelving. Then you have the Glitz Pit lobby. And of course, Grubba here appearing in the GBA. Look at how there are all these different images of the GBA as well in terms of how the layers are textured. If you look at some of the bottom left images, for instance, we can zoom in to some of that, in fact. That you can see how the different elements of the GBA are kind of assembled together. And as you can see, a couple of lighting tests in the bottom right for the locker room. And here's Grubba's chamber. And a little bit of lighting prototyping for Rockhawk's room as well. I kind of like the final very warm look to it. But then I always thought it was much more like how I visualized the original. I think it's pretty similar to that. Anyway, these are sketches that are also from 2002. If you see that they are dated 2002 December. And so the Junior Yoshi, you can see that the kind of variety in punk hairstyles that he has is a concept that survives into the final design, as well as the diaper, for that matter, that he's wearing. But they go so many different hairstyles for the sort of punk kid look, and they actually just keep so many of them. And, I mean, pretty much all of these NPCs are as we know them in the final design. They're pretty close. Not a lot of surprises there. So yeah, most of these galleries, they just kind of give you a lot of the remake material and then finish with some of the original sketches, which is nice. Anyway, Twilight Town looking lovely in the light here. A couple of the interior spaces. And again, what looks like a couple of prototype models that they use for the tree designs. Models of illustrations, I can't quite tell here, but they do look like they might be model work. Or perhaps just the CG prototypes as well. Certainly that case for the trees. A lot of effort put into the variety of the trees, of course. And I've only really started to appreciate here the texturing of the moon, too. Which is, after all, a place we come to know well. And here's Creepy Steeple. Yeah, it's kind of interesting to think about how the moon just looms so large over the entirety of Chapter 4. And it's very easy to just sort of think about it in the background and not pay too much mind to it until much later. And yeah, look at this stained glass Dupless over here. That's something I never really paid much attention to, actually, that there's this stained glass Dupless. That looks absolutely stunning. All the eyes up top as well. Piranha plants everywhere. And here, of course, is the office space here with just a chair and a television set for surveillance purposes, as well as the bathtub behind the rather flimsy looking curtain. Pretty much everything you need to live like the master of the steeple. And yeah, then you see the stage designs over here as well. Look at that, the way that this is sort of broken down as well into the way that the parts are layered, because of the way that the stages are kind of like assembled on the fly when you get into the battles in the remake. Definitely a subtlety we appreciate. And yeah, you can kind of look at some comparisons here of how things get spruced up and lit.